to see such a lively crowd from our community interested in this subject. In case you are wondering what's going on tonight, we have only one item on the agenda, and that's the consideration of the PAMP project. I imagine that's why you're all here. If you're not here for that, you're probably in the wrong place. So we'll assume that you know where you are, and it is October 8th. This is the time and place for the City Council meeting. Again, welcome, and would you rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. First item on the agenda are changes to the order of agenda. Since we have only one item on the agenda, I assume the agenda stands as stated. So we'll move along to item number 2. Council communications and announcements. This is a brief time for council members to announce or to comment on something going on in the community. So let me start with Council Member Grocott. Matt, anything for the audience? Rob?
I just had one thing. I wanted to mention that last Monday, Vice Mayor Lewis and his wife Regina presented a check for over $20,000 to the Park and Recreation Foundation, and these were proceeds from the Ratatouille premiere that he and his wife sponsored. So I just want to make sure that everyone knew about that.
So Brad, that's a tough act to follow. Would you like anything else?
Bob already took my thunder. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you very much, Bob. I'm sure the mayor's going to comment on the Art and Wine Festival this weekend. I'll just say I attended, saw lots of great friends out there. It was a great time.
Thank you. Minga?
No comment. We don't have any report.
And I just have a couple of items. I did want to compliment the Chamber of Commerce and all the 250 volunteers that worked on the Art and Wine Festival this weekend. It was a wonderful party as usual. Someone suggested we do this 2 or 3 times a year. I'm not sure we're up for that, but that gives you an indication of the energy and the goodwill that that event spreads around town. So again, thank you very much to all who were a part of it and all who visited and shopped and enjoyed themselves on that day. Also, would mention that we had a candidates forum on September 27th, and this was at City Hall. It was a very good forum. The candidates were there, gave their positions regarding the election coming up. If you haven't seen that, tune in Channel 27. You'll catch it somewhere along the line, and it'll be a good couple of hours to get an idea of what our council candidates are looking at and what they envision for the city in the future. Then I'd also like to mention that this meeting is not being televised. We can't televise live from this location, so it will be on tape, and it will be available for your review and the community's review as we go along. So if you'd like to see it all over again, it'll be on 27 eventually, or you can go to the website as well. And I think that's, I just have one other item. I will mention that we did a proclamation for the Lions Club and the White Cane Days. That's an event that's coming up very soon, and we compliment the Lions Club as they continue to raise money for helping people with sight problems and purchasing glasses and taking care of examinations and that type of thing. So if you see the Lions out there with their kettle of money, feel free to throw something in that goes for a good cause. It's now time for public comment. You'll have plenty of time during the meeting to comment on the proposal. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to make a comment on something not on the agenda? In other words, not the PAMP, the subject of the PAMP proposal. Anyone for that? Seeing no takers, we'll move right along. We're at the main event. This is our public hearing to consider 2 resolutions and 2 ordinances on the subject of the PAMP proposal. I'd like to just make a couple of comments on the process. For some, this is probably your seventh appearance, and you've probably all said it before. Some of you have said it or will be saying it for the seventh time. We've heard all that, and we appreciate that input. It's not that we don't want to hear it again, but if you can keep it kind of short, we have a lot of people who are going to want to talk, and just let us know you're here and your mind hasn't changed. We can take note of that. Also, bring this up where I can read it. We're going to follow the 2-minute rule. That means that when your 2 minutes are up, Christine will put her hand up, and we appreciate your closing it down. If you keep on and on, we'll ask you to close it down, and we'll start ignoring you if you keep going beyond that point. So don't go any farther or longer than you have to. Try to close it off in 2 minutes. Some of you will be speaking for others. We do allow an add-on to the 2-minute rule if you're speaking for others, but common sense says that 6 minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes is enough. And if you could keep your comments to that level, we would appreciate that. Stick to the facts. As we go through this process, and we've done this now for almost 4 years, personalities tend to get in the way of reality in some cases. If you have something to say, talk about the proposal. Don't talk about someone who doesn't like what you like. So let's keep it to the facts and away from personalities. We may ask a question of the speaker. If we don't understand your point, we may ask you to stay where you are so we can question you. We don't do that often, but that may happen. So if you're in that position, feel free to stand by until we finish our discussion with you. We will be taking a break. We have a court reporter who is taking our minutes of the meeting. Everything is being reported word for word. She has fast fingers, but they tire after a while, and so every hour or so we will take a break and give her a bit of a chance to recoup. When you do talk, speak clearly. Speak into the mic. If you have an issue in terms of hearing in this room, some of the speakers are kind of, well, they're all located where you can see them, I think. And if you're having trouble picking up the text of what people are talking about, kind of move toward the speaker so the speaker's looking at you, and you'll find it easier to understand what's going on. And I think that's it. So with that, let me sit down. We'll move to our staff. They will give their report. And then as they finish and as we finish with them, we'll ask for public speakers, and that'll be your turn. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Colette Meunier. I'm a contract planner that you have retained to assist staff in processing this development proposal. In addition to city staff who are in attendance to provide information and assist the council, we also have some other consultants to the city that include Anna Shimko and Matt Francois, who are special legal counsel, Trixie Martellino and Rod Young from the firm of EIP that prepared the environmental impact report, Gary Black from the firm of Hexagon with respect to traffic, and Jeff Tumlin from the firm Nelson Nygaard, who provided a specialty with respect to transportation demand management. So they are also available to assist and to respond to questions. I'd first like to just briefly touch on the project site. It's an 18-acre site located at 301 Industrial Road, adjacent to the Holly interchange. And up to 2006, it was used by CIP for industrial manufacture. In 2004, PAMF made an application for the San Carlos Center. We have been engaged in environmental review for much of the time since then, including the release of the draft EIR on March 1st, 2006, the release of the response to comments in December 2006, response to late comments in April, and you, the City Council, certified the document as an adequate environmental document in April of this year. Subsequent to the certification, the Palo Alto Medical Foundation has revised their application, making it smaller and other design changes, which I'll touch on briefly. In response to that, an addendum to the EIR has been prepared to look at what are the implications of the changes in that project. Next. As part of the processing of the application, several of the city's commissions have also reviewed this application and made recommendations to you. That include, on August 1st, the Economic Development Advisory Commission, which considered the fiscal and economic impacts and have recommended to you that if you approve the project, they recommend that you also approve the development agreement. The Transportation and Circulation Commission considered this project and made recommendations to the Council regarding requiring the mitigation of traffic impacts and the contribution of a fair share to some of the impacts that happen to the traffic system from a cumulative condition. Next. On September 18th, the Planning Commission held a public hearing and has recommended that the City Council approve the project. On April 28th, the Airport and Land Use Commission held a hearing and determined that the project is consistent with San Mateo County's comprehensive land use plan. Next. If this project is approved by you, there remain other approvals that it must secure. First, from the city, including the architectural review permit, grading permit, building permits, and encroachment permits. Next. There are also a number of other agencies who would have to issue permits, including the regional air and water agencies, as well as state departments with respect to licensing the hospital, licensing certain equipment, and operating licenses for the hospital. Next. So now I'd like to briefly talk about the project. This is the project site adjacent to the Holly interchange and fronting on Industrial Road. Next. The original proposal was for a total project of 466,000 square feet in 5 stories, with a maximum height of 100 feet for the entry tower, but the overall building was generally 91 feet to the top of roof-mounted equipment. There were 110 beds plus 6 neonatal beds and just under 231,000 square feet of open space on the site. Next. The revised project is 415,100 square feet in 4 stories. The building height has been reduced to 84 feet. The number of beds in the hospital component have been reduced from 110 to 91, still with 6 neonatal beds. And the landscaping has increased from just under 231,000 square feet to slightly more than 343,000 square feet. Next. This is the site plan with Industrial Road along here. The building has changed from a more straightforward orientation to the street to be a true north-south, which places it somewhat on an angle on the property. The parking garages have been combined into a single structure located here. The medical office building and clinic are located here. with the hospital in this location, food service, and this end with the 2 outdoor areas for the use of both staff and visitors to the hospital, and a central utility plant in this location. Next. This is an elevation as it would appear approaching it from Holly along Industrial Road. Next. And this is a shot of what it would look like, the current design would look like from Highway 101 proceeding south. Next. Tonight there are 4 actions before you. We ask that you consider the environmental review, amendments to the general plan, a rezoning to planned community district, and the approval of a development agreement. Next. You have already completed the certification process for the EIR, so one of the questions under the environmental review is the adequacy of the addendum to the EIR. And at this point, I'd like to note that one of the pieces of paper at your place is the first page of Attachment 5, which is the errata to the addendum to the EIR, and we just want to make sure that you note that you have that and that that's noted for the record. Next. As a result of the changes in the project, some of the impacts that were found to be significant and unmitigatable have been reduced to a less than significant level with mitigations. And these include the following 5 impacts. First of all, there was an impact on a freeway link from Hillsdale to Ralston. That has been reduced to a less than significant level with a change in the size of the project. There were cumulative impacts with respect to El Camino Real at Holly and Old Country Road at Holly, and again, with the change in the project, those impacts have been reduced to a less than significant level with mitigations. The cumulative impacts, the result of not only this project, but other projects that are contemplated and anticipated, even when under that condition, the impact on the Hillsdale to Ralston freeway segment is still less than significant. And the operational air emissions, the impacts from this project with respect to air quality, have also been reduced to a less than significant level as a result of the project redesign. Next. However, there are several impacts that do remain significant and unmitigated. I'd like to talk first about the ones right in the middle, which have to do with cumulative impacts on intersections, industrial at Holly and industrial at Britain. In fact, we have identified mitigations, but because those mitigations are not completely in the control of the city, they continue to be identified as significant and unavoidable. Because of the uncertainty, some of the improvements will require approval by agencies such as Caltrans, but it is the recommendation of the conditions that would be an undertaking of both the city and the applicant to complete improvements to those intersections. However, there are several impacts that would remain significant and unavoidable, and those would be to 2 freeway segments, Hillsdale to Ralston and Ralston Harbor to Holly Street. Both of those would have a significant and unavoidable impact from the project. And they would also, in the cumulative condition as a result of other projects, they would still continue to be significant and unavoidable. Cumulatively, there will be an air quality impact, not only from this project, but other projects that are anticipated. There is a significant and unavoidable impact that would result during the construction period from pile driving from this project, and that would also continue to be an impact on a cumulative basis for other projects that might occur or that are anticipated to occur. Because there are significant and unavoidable impacts, this project may not go forward unless the City Council makes findings of overriding consideration. And basically, in that, you're saying, yes, we are mindful that there are some consequences, but because of these other reasons, we still think it is a project worth going forward. And that's one of the things that is before you tonight, as recommended by staff. Next. So with respect to environmental review, adopt the EIR addendum, which basically is a determination that that is the appropriate level of environmental review for the project as revised. Make CEQA findings which deal with how each impact is being mitigated, where it can be mitigated, and why the various alternatives explored in the EIR are not feasible alternatives. Adopt a statement of overriding consideration and adopt revisions to the mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program. Most significant of those revisions is including fair share contribution towards the Holly Street and Britain interchanges. Next. Additionally, there are general plan amendments primarily that address this project, including adding to the objectives, identifying that a hospital, medical clinic, medical office facility is one of the things that would provide community services, to provide clarification as to the intensity of use for planned community districts. Next. And to modify the planned industrial land use designation to allow hospital, medical clinic, and a medical office facility. Next. The third action before you is to rezone the property to planned community district. And part of what you have in your packet is the development plan, which, if you do rezone the property, becomes part of the city's zoning codes and sets out the allowed uses, the development standards, and the design guidelines, both for the initial construction and in the future should there need to be modifications to the complex. Next. The Planning Commission has recommended approval and have provided you with a number of conditions of approval. These include the mitigation measures and the improvement measures from the EIR, recommendations from the Transportation and Circulation Commission, the conditions requested as part of the basis for making a determination that this project can be consistent with the airport land use plan, and other conditions relating to procedures, signage, indemnification, and so forth. Next. The last action that is before you tonight is a development agreement. Development agreement is a specific kind of tool that is authorized in state law, and it is common for cities to use that when negotiating and considering a large and complex project. City staff and city consultants, together with the Palo Alto Medical Foundation, have been in negotiations since 2006, and there have been 2 presentations to you regarding the negotiations. Next. The major provisions of the development agreement include the establishment of a $9 million designated fund, which will, the money earned by that fund on investment will provide the basis for the Palo Alto Medical Foundation being able to meet the obligations for some other contributions or some other payments. At the end of the 50-year period for the designated fund, any amount that is in excess of the $9 million, basically any revenue that is earned by this designated fund in excess of its obligations over the 50 years will be shared between the Palo Alto Medical Foundation and the city on a 50-50 basis. There is a $1.5 million one-time contribution to the San Carlos Educational Foundation for health-related school programs, a $1 million one-time payment to the city for the improvement of athletic facilities and fields, and during the principal construction period, a guaranteed payment of a little over $700,000 in construction-related use tax revenue. Next. In addition to these payments, there would be a guaranteed annual payment. In the first year would be $250,000, second year $250,000, and the third year it would be $630,000, and subsequently that amount would be grown to reflect inflation by 2.5%, and that amount, as adjusted, will be paid to the city for the next 49 years. The purpose of these payments are to make the city whole. As a nonprofit, this project, if it proceeded, would be acquired by a nonprofit foundation and not be subject to property tax. And in order to recognize that the development agreement is one of the mechanisms for ensuring that the city remains financially whole should this project go forward. It would also be a $152,000 a year guaranteed minimum annual use tax revenue payment as well. The total over a 50-year period is just under $91 million of revenue to the city. Next. Since this project was heard by the Planning Commission, there have continued to be some negotiations. And once I've concluded my overview, Anna Shimko would like just a minute to briefly go over what those changes are. Next. Staff is recommending to you, as we recommended to the Planning Commission and as the Planning Commission has recommended to you, the approval of the project for a number of reasons. I'd like to just highlight 4 here. The project will provide high-quality health care on a coordinated basis in one location. It will provide well-compensated jobs for skilled workers. It will provide substantial economic and community benefits, as we previously have outlined, and it will also make fair share contributions to needed traffic and storm drain improvements. Next. The Planning Commission has recommended that the City Council take all of the actions that I have just gone over, the 4 environmental review actions, approval of the general plan amendments, approval of the rezoning, and approval of the development agreement. Next. So following Anna's summary of what has been negotiated subsequently, which is included in the packet that is prepared for you tonight, we would then be happy to respond to council questions before the applicant makes a presentation, and we move on to public testimony and city council discussion and action. Thank you so much for your kind attention, and once Anna's made her presentation, we'd be happy to respond to any questions.
Thank you very much for your excellent presentation. Are there questions of staff at this point? I do have one, if I could come back to you. This is on the development agreement. It's paragraph 3.1, and it talks about a period of 10 years from the effective date of the agreement. And could you explain that in layman's terms, what that 10-year term means practically as far as this project is concerned?
That would be a good time for me to step in.
Well, we want to go this way.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry to make you look this direction. Anna Shimko from Cassidy, Shimko, Dawson, and Kawakami. The 10 years is the length of time during which PAMP's right under the development agreement will be vested. So the development agreement has actually a fairly exceptionally long term, much longer than most development agreements, and that's because of the financial terms primarily. Because of that, obviously from the city's standpoint, we wouldn't want to give PAMP vested rights to proceed in accordance with the general plan amendment and rezoning that you may enact this evening for the period of 50 years and have the property sitting out there potentially vacant for that length of time. So the 10 years under Section 3.1 is the period of time during which whatever PAMP does on the site will be governed by the existing city regulations, which is the zoning and other regulations that the city has in place as of this evening, including the project approvals that are before you this evening. So at the end of that 10-year period, had PAMP not yet developed, hopefully that's highly unlikely, but if PAMP had not yet developed out there, the hospitals could theoretically still be built because the development agreement would be in place as to the payments, and the city would most likely have been receiving payments and would continue to be receiving payments at that time, and the zoning would be in place so that they could continue to build. But if the city determined that it was not in the city's best interest to leave the zoning designated for a hospital at the end of that 10-year period, you could change those regulations.
Very good. Thank you. Did you have anything else you wanted to add at this point, Anna?
The only thing I was going to add was on, well, a couple things, but on the changes since the Planning Commission. Would you like me to address those now?
Yeah, why don't you do
Okay.
that?
They're fairly straightforward. We simply felt that it was incumbent upon us to bring those to your attention because the development agreement you have before you is really very identical to what the Planning Commission had recommended with a few changes. Those changes are outlined on pages 20 through 22 of your staff report, and we've actually cited verbatim 3 of the primary ones on pages 20 and 21. Working backwards in terms of priority, on page 21, there was some cleanup language on what happens in the event that PAMP's tax-exempt status changes in the future, and they do end up paying taxes in the future, and how that affects their monetary obligations. The obligations are exactly the same. It was just some wording changes. In the middle of page 21, there were some changes made to how the payments get made in the first 2 target amount payment years. As you may recall, when you last had the development agreement discussions before you, there were no first 2 years of payment. There were no payments until the full $9 million was funded. Now, once the first $5 million payment is funded, in the 2 intervening years between then and the $4 million payment, the city will be receiving $250,000 for each of those years. So that's something that's changed since we were last before you, to the good. Anyhow, what this change does, based on, from what the Planning Commission considered, is simply allow the funds to accrue in the designated fund and for PAMP to pay those $250,000 payments out of pocket itself or out of the excess funds over $250,000 each year that's made on the $5 million, so that PAMP can gather up some reserves in the fund to pay out in future years. It doesn't have any effect on what the city gets. The other more substantive change starts on page 20 and goes to 21, and that's with respect to alternative performance. And what that does is, as you know, this is a very long-term agreement. It's probably going to be at least 52 years, if not longer. And Sutter has guaranteed, by a separate guarantee that's attached to the development agreement, all of PAMP's financial obligations. It's a long time. They may not wish to have that hanging over their heads for that long, and at some point, it could be 30 years from now, it could be a year from now, PAMP wanted the opportunity, which they would have had anyway, but we decided to put something into the development agreement about it. They wanted the opportunity to come forward to you and say, we want to do our financial obligations in a different way. So what we have here is a very clear, complete structure for how PAMP could come forward and say, we want to do an annuity instead, or do a cash out, or some combination, or some other financial instrument to satisfy our financial obligations under the development agreement. Obviously, there are a lot of considerations that you would have to take into account if that occurred, the potential upside that you have on the designated fund, et cetera. And we made it clear that if that did happen, you would have the sole discretion to decide whether or not to accept any substitute payment mechanism. And you would also have to make the finding that that substitute payment mechanism would put the city in an equivalent or better financial position than the development agreement left alone. So those were the basic changes. One other quick thing I would note, as Ms. Munier quite correctly said, it's staff's opinion that this development agreement makes the city whole, and I think you've been through this drill a few times before, so you know exactly what that means. But not only does this development agreement make the city whole in terms of ensuring that there will be no money put out by the city for city services out of its own pocket, but we believe that it makes the city whole in terms of what the opportunity cost of developing that property. That if you develop the property for retail, for example, you would not get the same return as you would with this development agreement, and of course it wouldn't be a guaranteed return, and certainly never for 50 years. It is true that if you developed an auto mall alternative there, then the revenue stream would be higher. Again, it wouldn't be a guaranteed revenue stream, and there's a lot of evidence in the record that suggests that that type of use would be speculative, so that it's not a very foreseeable use. So we feel very confident in recommending the development agreement to you. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Any other questions for staff or our council? Matt?
I had a,
No.
I had a couple of questions. The first one has to do with the EIR and the traffic, and I was trying to go back and follow through that a little bit, and wanted to know if, with the EIR, it seems to me part of it was based on the East Side specific plan that we never finished adopting, and one of the projects that's mentioned in there is the Kelly Moore site, and what might happen if that were redeveloped. And so I wanted to know if that's the case, if that, when we look at the traffic and the cumulative impacts, it seems to me it incorporates these things, and specifically with the Kelly Moore site, which is one of our other larger sites in San Carlos. I think it's about 15 acres. It seems to me that would be pretty significant, and so on the other hand, if that were taken out of the mix, not that I'm asking anyone to do that, but from talking to, from knowing Kelly Moore's operations and what I think they have planned for the next 10, 15, 20 years, I don't really see that being in the mix. So what I'm trying to do is figure, if that's not in the mix, how should we be looking at traffic? How impacted are these intersections, especially the ones that have that can't be mitigated, that you show in the chart here?
Perhaps I could start. Again, the impacts are on freeway segments that are significant and unavoidable. And there are cumulative impacts, and again, I don't know that we can, at this time, disaggregate taking that one project which was included in the cumulative analysis, but the project would have, together with other projects that were included, would have an impact on the intersections of Old County Road and of Industrial Road and Holly Street, and Industrial Road and Britton. And again, those ones, we have identified impacts. They are included as recommended conditions of approval. They continue to be identified as significant and unavoidable because the timing is uncertain, so whether they are in place by the time we have the impacts resulting from an approved project. So all of those impacts would be taken care of. The traffic impacts that cannot be mitigated are the ones that relate to both the impacts of the project on freeway segments as well as cumulative impacts on freeway segments. But all the impacts with respect to traffic on local streets would be mitigated. And again, those two intersections, because of the uncertainty of timing, have still been identified as significant and unavoidable. But the intention is, by the conditions of approval, is to make the improvements to resolve those impacts.
Mr. Mayor, this is Al Savay, Community Development Director. If I could just add to that. You're right, Councilmember Grocott. There was, under the maximum build-out condition, there was about 850,000 square feet of development anticipated for the Kelly Moore site. And under cumulative development, so it would be well over 1 million square feet in the east side of new development. So if this didn't happen in the next 10 to 15 years, it would actually be a lesser condition, so it would be less intensive. But for purposes of the EIR, it was assumed as a worst-case scenario for total build-out of everything in the specific plan area.
Thank you very much. One more question?
One more.
The second and last question I have refers to the staff report on page 16, and just talking about the payments and the negotiated payments. And I'm wondering how, in this morning's paper there was a headline that this thing is going to referendum. I'm not saying that it is, but my question is, if it were to go to a referendum, what would that do to our payment schedule that we're looking at?
The first $5 million payment, as well as the $1.5 million payment and the $1 million payment for the athletic fields and the education, those are all based on the date that the project approvals that you're looking at tonight become final. So if there were a referendum, then the way that finality of the project approvals are defined, the project approvals would not be final, and there would not be that payment made. So if there were no referendum, no lawsuit, and the project approvals became final, then assuming that you did a second reading a couple of weeks from now, you should be getting payments, the first payment into the fund in February, as well as the other $2.5 million of payments. If there was a referendum, however, that would not occur because the approvals would not be final until the referendum were dealt with finally and the measures approved on the ballot.
Thank you. That's an important clarification. Any others? Yes. Go ahead, Inga.
Yes, actually, sorry. I have 3 questions. The first actually was on page 18 of the staff report, the 50-year city expense estimated for the PAMP development was about $44 million. In comparison to the next highest was actually an industrial center at $18 million. I was wondering if you could just touch briefly on how those costs were estimated and why it's so significantly higher for a medical facility than it is for another type of use.
Okay. Brian's looking at me, so Brian knows all the answers, but I guess I'll start. We had Kaiser Marston Associates, on behalf of the city, come up with what the city's cost would be for the PAMP project and the alternatives. We were obviously concerned that the costs not be underestimated, so our consultant used a fairly conservative methodology and allocated costs within the city costs currently within the city on a resident and employee basis. I believe with each employee counting as half a resident. So the reason that the costs, therefore, of the PAMP project in the future to the city ended up higher than others is because of the number of employees. PAMP, however, had its own consultant, CBRE, do a fiscal analysis for the city, which came out differently, and with the city costs being much lower, it's possible that one could look, it's a lot having to do with methodology. If you looked at a marginal cost basis of how much are fire department costs or administrative costs actually going to go up instead of on a per employee basis, then we may find that the city service costs would be less than we've projected. But we obviously wanted to make sure that the city was well protected, so we used a conservative methodology.
Okay, thank you. My next question actually has to do with the addendum to the EIR on page 3-41, specifically related to the fair share costs of the Holly and Britton Street improvements. And I guess this is a two-part question. My first is, how are we defining fair share, and how are we going to allocate those costs against the Palo Medical Foundation should this project move forward? And my second question is around why there's a limit of 15 and 10 years on the actual commencement of construction on those projects.
If I may, the fair share of cost is based on the contribution of the traffic to those intersections. For example, there's a table R8 in the addendum that shows that Palo Alto Medical Foundation percentage of growth at Holly and industrial is approximately 23%. So whatever the cost of the mitigation measure is, Palo Alto Medical Foundation has to pay 23%. But at Britton, for example, is only 19%. So it's all based on the contribution of the traffic to these two intersections.
So just to the chair, if I may, a following question. So then if we, as a city, decide to move forward with those improvements and we try to allocate some of those costs, fair share costs, against other large employers in the area or other property owner or business owners that might be adding to that traffic, would they be allocated in a similar way, or could Palo Alto Medical Foundation argue back that, well, no, because we've had additional development, their fair share is no longer what was presented in the addendum?
This percentage that is calculated is based on alternate east side specific plan built out. So basically, this is, if all the east side is built out, it's still Palo Alto Medical Foundation is 23%, and they cannot be reduced.
Just to be super clear, the actual fair share determinations have not yet been made, and per the mitigation monitoring plan, that is a determination that would be made by Parviz as the Public Works Director at a later date before PAMP pulls building permits and has to either pay those funds or guarantee those funds. And they would have the opportunity to contest the allocation of fair share if they feel that it's not appropriate. In addition, in the development agreement, we have provisions with respect to those mitigation measures, which are somewhat unusual because generally a developer only has to pay the fees that are in place at the time they pull their permits. But the development agreement provides that with respect to those two improvements, if within a certain time frame the city adopts a capital improvement plan and a fee structure for those particular improvements, and the amount that PAMP has either paid or guaranteed, if they've already done that, if it's different from what their fair share would be, what their cost would be under the new fee program, they have to do it under the fee program instead. So if it ends up that they owe less, the city would have to refund them or diminish the guarantee. But if it ends up that they would pay more by virtue of that because you figure out that there's not going to be as much development, or the cost is higher than you originally anticipated and the fee needs to be higher, they are subject to that under the development agreement.
And then just one following question then for Parviz. What's your sense in terms of probability that either both or either one of these improvements is actually going to occur within the time frame stipulated within the development agreement?
There are two issues. One is depending on how many development applications will come in and get the approval and how much city can collect money. The other way is if the city council decides to actually proceed and construct these developments at any time in the future, in the next 2 or 3 years, and then collect the cost later from the applicant. So it depends on the number of the development coming in or city council decision to construct.
I guess my question is really more, are those deadlines realistic given the fact that this potential, or this... Sorry, if whoever's controlling the microphone volume over there could just raise it up. My question had to do really more with, do you think that it's realistic, given the time frame that's stipulated within the development agreement of 15 years and 10 years, at the end of those periods of time, if future city councils don't actually sort of percolate that project up to the top of the capital improvement list, or if we don't have enough funding available to do those projects, we lose the funding, even though this development agreement goes over the period of 50 years. So that's what I'm trying to get a sense of, is really what value does this have, because this is actually, in my mind, fairly significant in terms of mitigation of some of the impacts, and yet we lose it potentially 10 or 15 years down the road.
Correct, but the issue is we cannot hold one developer responsible for forever. There has to be a limit of holding somebody's money. Actually, there's an AB 1600 that requires that we have to report where the money is going, when we're going to do the project, and it cannot be going on forever. So those two limits are really realistic.
I guess I'll bring this back later. And my final and last question actually has to do with, and I spoke to the city attorney before, on the City County Association of Governments list, they had basically 3 conditions that I was looking for quite extensively in the zoning agreement. I don't find them specifically called out. Oh, okay. I'll take a look there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Brad?
I have, sorry, I'm trying to speak up. Kind of blew that one, didn't I? One quick question, and it's really regarding the discussion regarding the excess, 50% of the excess returns of the designated fund at the end of the payment terms. I think at the last time when we discussed this, it wasn't spelled out when that payment would happen. In the development agreement as it is, it's at the end of the term, which is 50 years, which unfortunately I probably won't be around to see. What I was curious about is, was there any discussion where if that rose above, I'm just like a discussion, maybe there would be some interim payment of that over the course of 50 years, and I'm just not sure if that came into the discussion. I was thinking something along the lines of if after, like maybe 2 milestones or something, after 50 or 20 years, if it's above a certain threshold amount, that maybe the city could start to, access some of those funds, assuming that it does well. And I know some of the, as we look at this, we've been seeing the percentage floor on that. If it outperforms that over the course of 50 or 20 years, it seems like there might be a lot of money sitting there that the city could benefit from. And I'm just wondering why we're waiting 50 years if there was discussion or if there's room on that.
First of all, Council Member, I hope both you and I are around in 50 years. I'm happy to meet you back here. We actually didn't really have discussions about taking that particular money out. I think PAMP's goal and expectation all along had been that those reserves would build up and be able to be used when there might inevitably be shortfalls in the target amount, so that they can use those excess funds in years when there are shortfalls to make the obligated guaranteed payments to the city. If, however, our expectations are blown out of the water and there are lots and lots of excess funds, then it may be that it would be to both the city's benefit and PAMP's benefit to capture that, and we could always come back and renegotiate at that stage. We don't have that in at this point. What we do have is the ability for the City Council, of course, on a 4/5 majority vote, to take some of the principal out. And so I suppose if you felt that there were so much money in there that you were going to get a lot at the end, you might be comfortable taking some of the principal out and getting a prorated amount of the target amounts in the remaining 50 years. So that would reduce your annual guaranteed payments if you took the principal out, but you could take the principal out and do something else with that money if you choose to. Or actually, just to finish up on that, you actually at any time could take the entirety of the principal out, and at that point you would split the excess return. So if you felt that the market was better than it was ever going to be, and it was probably just going to go down from there and take all that away or whatever, you could basically liquidate the fund on a 4/5 majority of the City Council and take out all of the principal and your half of the excess return.
Okay, I appreciate the perspective on some of the possibilities down the road, and certainly, tonight it's not my intention to say that we need to, absolutely figure out what those thresholds might be. I just might suggest to council or staff that we consider some scenarios by which we may want to, discuss that down the road. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bob?
I had some of the same questions that my fellow council members had. I appreciate them asking them ahead of time. I also had some other questions, but I was fortunate enough to have some extra time today and spend time with City Manager Weiss and City Attorney Lanzone, and was able to get those answered. So at this point, I have no questions.
All right. Are there any other staff questions, or any other questions to staff, rather? Yes, ma'am?
Just as a point of clarification, I wanted to know, will we have an opportunity to ask any questions after the applicant makes their presentation?
Yes, the applicant is coming up next, and then we'll have a chance to ask questions of the applicant.
Very good. Thank you.
So I think we're ready for the applicant.
Thank you. My name is Cecilia Montalvo. I am the Vice President of the Palo Alto Medical Foundation. Members of the City Council, thank you for allowing me to make what I hope you will find is some very brief remarks tonight on behalf of the Palo Alto Medical Foundation. First and foremost, I want to begin by thanking the members of the city staff and the many consultants who have been involved in our project for their very, very hard work. We've been meeting regularly with staff and the consultants for 4 years now, and during that time we've developed a strong working relationship. We found their work to be highly professional. We've discussed issues, sometimes disagreed, but reached compromises and have worked together to reach the point where we are today, and I am grateful for that. I also want to thank the members of the City Council tonight and those who have served on the Planning Commission, the Transportation Commission, and Circulation, EDAC, and others for such a thorough review of our project. We truly appreciate the time and effort that has been spent to analyze all aspects of our project. I think you've heard presentations, you've received tons of material about our project, and hopefully have learned from us what we consider to be the benefits of this project and what we would like to bring to the city of San Carlos, and I won't repeat all of them. I'd like to make a couple of points, however. During the last 4 years, we have been working in this community and talking with residents and local business owners about the PATH San Carlos Center. During more than 60 community meetings, we have listened to many positive comments, thoughtful questions, and sometimes some concerns. Two of the biggest concerns that we have heard about our project I want to speak just a moment about are traffic and the need for our facility in your community. Traffic I won't spend a lot of time on. There's been a lot of analysis. Our response has largely been in two forms. One is our reduction of the size of the project. You will note the reduction occurs disproportionately in the medical office component of our project, which generates the largest share of traffic. We hope that this will improve traffic conditions relative to our original application. We've also agreed to pay our fair share of roadway improvements. These improvements will allow for substantial future development in the city of San Carlos. We've also heard questions raised about the need for another medical facility in this area. Many studies, including our own, have been done that conclude that there is a need for more health care services in our community. Importantly, more physicians in our community, an area where many young physicians are having a hard time establishing independent practices. We will need these services for the local population. The findings have been validated by concerns we continue to hear from residents about their access to health care services in southern San Mateo County and their inability to get appointments with local physicians. The authors of some of the studies that have been shared with you are here tonight. I wanted you to be aware of that. Wanda Jones and Jen Ensign from the New Century Healthcare Institute are here, right here, to answer your questions should you have any. Their work, parenthetically, was originally funded by the California Healthcare Foundation and was a part of work that was done for 7 California counties. So we have listened to the community and have attempted to understand what was important to local residents. Not surprisingly, education was at the top of the list. In response, we have developed a partnership with the San Carlos Education Foundation and the San Carlos School District, and we are about to kick off the 3rd year of a very successful parent education series. As you know, there are contributions in the development agreement for the San Carlos Education Foundation, as well as funding for school nursing programs in San Carlos and the development of athletic fields. These contributions are all consistent with our mission to contribute to the health and well-being of children. Our outreach to the community and relationship we have built continue for many years, as they have in all the other communities in which we operate. I'm going to get off my script for a moment. It has occurred to me there are many, many people in the audience. They may not all have the opportunity to come and speak before you tonight, so I thought I'd do something a little different. First, can I have those boxes behind you? I'd like to present you with 5,500 signatures from members of the community, San Carlos residents and business owners who support this project and would like for our entitlements to be approved. I'd I'd also like to turn around for just a moment in the event that the members of the audience do not all have the opportunity to speak. And could I ask, for those of you who are here with us tonight in support of the Palo Alto Medical Foundation, could you stand up for just a moment? Thank you. Thank you very much. So we're very, very proud to have this level of support from the community and look forward to being a very good neighbor to this community for years to come. I am here tonight along with Dr. David Drucker, the CEO of the Palo Alto Medical Foundation, many of our staff, and our architects to answer any questions you may have. Thank you. Oh, I will answer questions. I'm also, depending on what you would like to turn it over for just a moment to Rich Dallum, who is the principal architect from NBBJ, who is our architectural firm out of Seattle, Washington. So I don't know if you want me to stop or if you'd like him to continue. It's your...
Well, why don't we carry on with you first? And we may not need the architect. We do have the complete plans. So who would like to go first with our speaker?
Thank you. I have one single question for the applicant, and this is partly in response to an email correspondence received. And that is, the question is, I'm told by this person who corresponded with me via email that the Sequoia remodel includes a skilled nursing facility. And we all know about the shortage of nurses in the industry. And so the question was, could Palo Alto Medical Foundation include a skilled nursing facility in their project?
A skilled nursing facility, it's a service that's currently offered at Sequoia Extended Care. Sutter Health, our parent corporation, also operates one of the largest skilled nursing facilities in San Mateo County, in San Mateo. This campus, because of site constraints, is not currently planned to have such a facility, but we would continue to look forward to operating the facility in San Mateo and would expect Sequoia to continue to operate its service.
Thank you.
Who's next? Brad?
Just a couple of questions. Over the last several years since the project has come to San Carlos, PAMF has demonstrated support and involvement in a wide variety of different community activities and interests. Mm-hmm. And just on behalf of the citizens, is that something that we can expect to continue?
It absolutely is, and I anticipated this question and would like to speak for just a moment. I think that it would be easy to interpret with all the interest in healthcare in San Carlos in the last few years that perhaps one could make this sort of investment in a community, and then once you had your entitlements, that things changed. So I want to point out to you about the legacy and the behavior of the Palo Alto Medical Foundation, not in San Carlos, but in all of the other communities in which it operates. In virtually all of the communities that we serve, we participate in programs such as Healthy Families, Healthy Kids, childhood obesity, childhood asthma, women's breast cancer, and heart disease. We operate support groups in the form of our education division. We offer flu clinics, blood pressure screenings, and offer skin cancer screenings to those who would not otherwise provide access. We also work outside the communities that we are in and have contributed substantial amounts of money to earthquake relief in India, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Hurricane Katrina. Among our numerous partnerships with local schools and agencies, they reach far beyond the city of San Carlos. The Palo Alto Medical Foundation has collaborated with the Palo Alto Unified School District for more than a decade to reduce alcohol, drug, and tobacco use amongst middle and high school students, promote bike safety, educate teachers and students. We would look forward to all of these kinds of programs in the city of San Carlos for many years to come.
I appreciate the breadth of that. I'm also thinking, of like real local events that you guys have helped sponsor, along with other important sponsors in town. And I guess I'm just trying to clarify,
Absolutely.
can the citizens continue to expect that?
It
you know,
is.
similar
We do
level of
this
support?
everywhere we are, whether it be, we love your events, by the way. We've come, the Art and Wine Fair and the Spring Fling, these are all events that we would expect to be a local sponsor of for many years to come.
Great, and we appreciate your support as everybody in the community for those kinds of things. The other question I have is, as I think everybody's aware, we're in sort of tight financial times in San Carlos, and I think we increasingly look to how else can the community benefit from something like this? As far as, is there any part of the facility or facilities that the community can access for a community meeting or, or some such thing that PAMP is willing to consider?
Most definitely. As you recall in the revised site plan that we have increased the amount of landscaped area on the site considerably, providing open space. Unfortunately, the way that the open space lays out on the site, it's not just one big parcel. It's broken up by roads. But let me give you some examples about how we feel the community could use our facility. First, on the exterior, the campus is planned to have lighted walking trails throughout the property that would be fully available to the community, and they would be integrated with healing gardens that have been designed on the facility. It also has a picnic area on the portion of the site that, for my way of thinking, is on the southwest side, but that's because I think 101 is north-south. We've looked at other opportunities as far as whether there are parcels that could provide playing fields, and I have to be honest with you, I don't think we feel as though any single parcel on the site is large enough. I learned in the last few weeks, for example, that a regulation soccer field requires a minimum of 80 by 110 yards. We don't have that sort of facility for the community, but those facilities that we do have will be open to the community, including our conferencing facilities. We would anticipate working in collaboration with local agencies that as space allows, that we would allow those facilities to be available for programs outside our own.
That's great, because we do have, with a lack of a community center in San Carlos, we do have need for different classroom space and so forth for different activities. Any way that you can partner with the city and the city can expect that kind of partnership is a plus for everybody, I think. We'll also take a half-size soccer field, by the way, for practice. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
For little people.
Thank you. Anyone else? Inga?
Yeah, I actually just have two questions. The first, I know that we've gone back and forth with the development agreement over and over again, and the contributions to the Education Foundation as well as the athletic donation is obviously well appreciated, but I just was wondering, in terms of openness, if we could, instead of having those funds, the $1 million in athletic fields restricted to athletic fields, if we could instead leave it a little bit broader and perhaps some other benefit in terms of health and wellness within the community, but not specifically just athletic fields, given uncertainty about what actually $1 million will buy in this day and age. It's actually not very much, unfortunately, and future councils may actually be interested in looking at other ways of using that within the community without having it restricted to athletic fields. So I'm just putting it out there.
Of course. By way of explanation, in our discussions with the city regarding the value of the development agreement, that as the consultants have mentioned previously, that we were looking at providing the city with economic opportunity that was substantially comparable to the alternatives. The endowment and the guaranteed annual return with inflation in that endowment, we feel is a fair compensation of any economic alternative that is available to the city. So we believe that the endowment stands on its own in terms of the value. The proposals that came forward in the development agreement for the contribution to the San Carlos Education Foundation and to athletic fields were our initiatives. They were above and beyond what the city, and in fact, in terms of our mission consistency and the partnership we'd like to have with the community, both of those initiatives, we feel pretty strongly about. They were things that we wanted to do. So I've not heard any mention that the city couldn't make use of improved athletic fields, and so we've kind of stayed wedded to those ideas. But we do believe that as far as the value that's provided to the city, in the endowment that it more than compensates for economic alternatives.
Okay, my second question actually has to do with the transportation demand management monitoring and reporting. Do you currently do any type of mitigation monitoring at either one of your other sites that you have open, like in Palo Alto?
We do. I've been cut off. We do, and you've now reached my level of incompetence. I'm going to ask David Jury, who's our Vice President of Support Services, to respond to that.
I'm David Jury, Vice President of Support Services, Palo Alto Medical Foundation. The answer is yes. We do our own mitigation monitoring program for several years. We reported it to the city of Palo Alto, staffing levels being what they are and abilities of the city to be able to track those. Those have not been considered by the city in recent years, but we do continue to monitor. For instance, we monitor our TDM, our staff participation level in the TDM program annually.
Would you be willing to share what your staff participation is versus goal?
Yes, our goal is 10%, and our participation right now is about 9.25% to 9.5%.
And that's based on a similar program like outlined in the development?
It is not as robust a program in Palo Alto as we have proposed in San Carlos. For instance, there are no shuttle buses in Palo Alto.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I just had one question. It's fairly simple. It's a time frame one. If this was approved tonight and everything fell into place for the Palo Alto Medical Foundation, what is your anticipation of when your hospital and medical center would be fully operational? Just so the folks know that tomorrow, if we approve it today, it won't be built tomorrow. But just to give
Thank you for that.
just a time frame, because quite honestly, it's huge.
It is.
And how long do you anticipate that it would take before it would be operational?
We're currently expecting an opening in the year 2012.
So basically, it'd be 5 years. If everything went well and the weathers went okay, it'd be 4.5 years approximately.
Correct.
For his opening. Okay. Thank
Correct.
you.
There is, as you recall, there is also an environmental remediation on the property, which would be about the first 12 months.
No, I understand. I'm just again to give the public an idea of what we're talking about. We're talking out in the future here, but you have to plan for it. Okay.
Most
Thank you.
definitely. Thank you.
I do have one question, and it came to mind during reading of the New Century Healthcare Institute report. The question is, where do you all go now with your hospital needs, and what percent of them come to Santa Clara County, and what percent come to San Mateo County? I presume you're using other existing hospitals, so if you could be a little more definitive on where your patients are going now, I would help.
You know, in responding to that, I would note that the data that I would be giving you is the data from what we call our Palo Alto division. You know that we also operate clinics down in Sunnyvale as well as in Santa Cruz, and it would be irrelevant to give you that data. I assume you're talking about our Palo Alto division. Roughly half of all of our inpatient admissions today go to Stanford University Hospital. The second largest facility in terms of the number of admissions from us is Washington Hospital in Fremont, where we have a large campus. We looked more recently to see, even as some of the community physicians in this area have joined the foundation, the actual number of admissions of our patients today to Sequoia remains fairly small. On any given day, approximately 3 patients at Sequoia Hospital are Palo Alto Medical Foundation patients. This is about 3.5% of our inpatient census on any given day.
Thank you. Any others for us, Cecilia? All right, well, thank you very much. Do we want to talk to the architect? He's anxiously waiting to come forward. Or have we seen all we need to see on the renderings and the pictures?
He only has about 5 slides, and I think what he wanted to do is point out some of the design changes very briefly, if you...
All right, we can allow him to do that. Are you still okay? All right. And after he finishes, we'll take a break. Thank you.
Terrific. This is Rich Dallum with NBBJ.
Thank you. I'll be brief. Let's go to the first slide. This is a perspective looking north to the main entrance. The main entrance is here. The buildings are oriented to the city of San Carlos to provide a large open area, to provide a gracious sense of entry. The buildings are also oriented to the south to reduce heat gain in the building, which is one of the primary sustainable design strategies, and that is to make our buildings as energy efficient as possible by reducing the amount of heat gain in all of our buildings. Another part of our sustainable design strategy is restoring over 40% of the site to landscape area, and they're designed as a series of rather intimate healing gardens that are linked by a continuous walking trail around the entire site that is also lighted. And the landscaping also uses drought-resistant plant materials. One of the things that we've spent considerable amount of time is to make sure that the campus reflects and builds on the character of San Carlos. So this is the train station, the use of stone and the use of contrasting color for windows, which is integrated at the base level of the building to create a sense of permanence and a sense of warmth. The exterior of the building, it's quite common in San Carlos to see exterior plaster construction with, again, a contrasting window, and that's something that we've integrated in the facade of the building. The sense of street life and the use of outdoor spaces. There are a number of outdoor spaces. This shows the outdoor dining cafe. There are other courtyards beyond throughout the facility, so you can take advantage of the climate here. And then the other issue is from 101, creating a landmark. So this shows a night rendering that shows the stair towers. They're softly lit to create a series of softly glowing lanterns. And then back to the entry. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Any questions for the architect? Then I believe we're ready for a break. Why don't we come together again at 25 minutes after? Thank you. And there are seats in the front for those who are standing. of you folks that have been standing would like to sit, there's room up front. We will have another break in an hour or so, so you'll still have time to take a look at the renderings and chat with the applicant or others as you choose. So let us begin, and let me tell you first that we have received many emails the last couple of weeks. We got a packet from Christine. Christine prints all these out, make sure the council members get a printed copy of everything that came through electronically or that was postmarked. We received 70 requests or 70 letters last Friday, and we probably had another 30 or so today. So rest assured that your information has been received and has been read and will be considered in the process of these deliberations. And so let's begin. And I would like to read out 3 names, and if you could kind of queue up so that we don't wait too long for people to come to the mic, we would appreciate that. We'll start with Joycelyn Wong, followed by John Hoffman, and followed by Marcy Richens. Mary Richens. And please keep in mind the 2-minute rule. Christine will flag you when your time is up, and we appreciate then you wrapping it up as well. Thank you. It's on, I think.
Honorable City Council members, my name is Jocelyn Wong. I'm with the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, Council 57. We represent the workers at Sequoia Hospital, and we are adamantly, obviously, opposed to this venture. Now, I'm sure some would probably think we're being disingenuous by being against it, but that's furthest from the truth. What I find most amazing about this project is, and let me be clear on this, it is Sutter Health. Sutter Health owns the Palo Alto Medical Foundation. I find it quite amazing that Sutter Health would go to the building trades unions of San Mateo County to get their support, and yet not go to AFSCME or SEIU, United Healthcare West, or the California Nurses Association. They are using a divide and conquer tactic with the unions in this county, and I find that appalling. I also find the fact that you have a hospital that's going to be built less than 2 miles away from a very, very good hospital that has been in existence for multiple generations. There are those who believe economically that with more competition, prices come down. In the hospital industry, that is the furthest from the truth. Because of that competition, services won't be provided, thereby forcing prices up. And when prices are forced up, health care abilities of people to have insurance becomes jeopardized. Our union internationally has made a commitment to attempt to get health care for all working people in this country. Many of us, including the building trades, were at a meeting this morning with Congressman Tom Lantos, and we talked about those very issues. I implore the City Council not to approve this measure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If we could sort of just hold back on the applause, we appreciate your interest. However, we'd like to keep things moving quickly. John Hoffman is up next, followed by Mary Richens, followed by Joanne Kemst.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, there are 4 really good reasons why you should and why I hope you will approve this application. The first is that the facility is and will be needed. Research shows the future continuing sustained need for more medical services. Sequoia's huge rebuilding, retrofit program, and expansion validate their belief in this. Second, competition in any market helps ensure the best products or services and the lowest prices to the consumer. Third, San Carlos will have a world-class medical facility featuring the most technologically advanced medical equipment and procedures available anywhere. And finally, the $91 million package in lieu of taxes conclusively demonstrates PAMF will not ride free on the backs of San Carlos taxpayers. Please do what is best for San Carlos and for us, the citizens. Approve this application.
Thank you. Mary Richings.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. About the time that my teenage daughter was diagnosed with cancer, I heard rumors of the hospital going to be built. And I was certain that after 2.5 years of her treatment before the end of, that we might see it. Unfortunately, she's now 2.5 years out of treatment and there's still no hospital. But there are 5 other Belmont San Carlos families with children with cancer that could be having their labs drawn and using this facility instead of driving to Stanford daily. The hours spent driving were frustrating and a financial burden on our family. And having this facility would have helped us, especially in an emergency when we were 2 minutes from Sequoia Hospital by ambulance, and instead we were waved off because they couldn't take us, and it meant a 12-minute ride to Stanford that could have meant the difference in my daughter's life being saved. Also, last year when a dozen Ralston students were run over in the parking lot, the emergency rooms here couldn't handle them. Another hospital could have helped. Students with just broken legs had to be life-flighted across the bay. So I urge you to do what's right for our children, which could be your baby, your son, your daughter, your niece, nephew, grandchild, and approve this. Thank you.
Thank you. Joanne Chemist has yielded her time, I believe, to Glenna Vasquez. Is Glenna? And Glenna will be followed by Mike Marquis, I believe it is, followed by April Carlson.
Good evening. I'm Glenna Vasquez, the president of Sequoia Hospital. And as you might imagine, I don't have the button on that says I support the PAMF project. I've been colleagues with the folks from Palo Alto for a number of years. I see Dr. Drucker in the back. And we've worked collaboratively with them. I think there's probably more than 3 patients in our hospital right now. But I do have concerns about the hospital aspect of this project. And it's based on, clearly you have a difference of opinion up here tonight. We think that competition in healthcare will drive costs up, not down. The competition is not only for patients, it's for physicians, it's for nurses. Our costs of providing the nurses and physicians has risen, and the only way we can remain economically viable is to pass that cost along to insurance companies. When you pass that along, it goes to employers and employees, so it will rise. I also stand before you as someone who's been a healthcare executive for well over 20 years, and I actually do not agree with the bed study that has recently come out and been updated. And the reason I don't agree is, in part, it says that we will need more beds in the years 2030 or 2040, which is a long way off. And it's when those of us who are baby boomers turn 85. And I want to quote something from the study that made me pause when I read it. And this is a direct quote from the study. The baby boomer generation peak for higher demand in the year 2030 will be short-lived as boomers reach the end of their lives. Kind of a pause to think about the fact that we're going to reach the end. But what concerns me is that we may have excess capacity, and usually excess capacity means more overhead than you have revenue coming in. I want to call your attention to the south end of our area here, to Gilroy and Morgan Hill, where 2 hospitals were built in the early 90s, anticipating that volume population would increase, when in fact it never materialized. 10 years later, they merged into one hospital and one sits shuttered. I would hate to see that in San Carlos or Redwood City. So thank you for your time. I look forward to continuing to collaborate with my colleagues from Palo Alto. It's been an interesting 4 years, and I am glad I'm not in your shoes making the decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. And I should add that Joanne Chemist and Louise Delamajoro yielded their time to Glenna. Next is Mike Marquis, I believe.
Mike Marcus. I'm Mike Marcus, and I live at 1908 Howard Avenue. I've been a resident of San Carlos for nearly 10 years. There'll be a lot of people, I'm sure, behind me talking about all the statistical information about Palo Alto Medical Foundation and why it should be here in San Carlos. But I'd like to share with you a personal story of mine. My father, who was a patient of Sequoia before his passing in January of cancer of this year, found himself during his fight at Mills Peninsula. And I found it frustrating while at Mills and Sequoia, and extremely difficult to get answers to some questions that I had about his condition and how I could help. But Dr. Black of Palo Alto Medical Foundation, even though I'm not a member of Palo Alto Medical Foundation at all, and he didn't know me from Adam, offered his time, he gave me guidance, he answered questions that I had, and really helped me with my father. It's compassion that I want to talk about tonight. And I look forward to Palo Alto Medical Foundation coming to San Carlos. I plan on being a resident of San Carlos for a number of years. And I want to thank you, the City Council and staff, and I fully support you in your decision here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is April Carlson, followed by Walt Engelert, I believe, and by Ali Safine.
My name is April Carlson. I live at 104 Mesa Verde Way in San Carlos. My family and I have lived in San Carlos for 14 years. I am also the president of the San Carlos Educational Foundation. Fellow board members and community and volunteers of the Ed Foundation have joined with other San Carlos community members and civic organizations in support of the Palo Alto Medical Foundation project in San Carlos. Many of my fellow board members are here tonight to show their support. There are many reasons to welcome the Palo Alto Medical Foundation to our city. PAMF is a high-caliber organization whose presence in San Carlos will attract other equally attractive business ventures to join our community. We will have a world-class health facility in our city. The center will not require any other taxpayer support. And I also hope that other San Carlos businesses will be influenced by PAMF's belief in supporting community organizations like the Ed Foundation. The families in the San Carlos School District are already benefiting from the PAMF Parent Education Series and from its financial support of our annual campaign and to the Spring Fling. Over the coming years, we fully expect to strengthen our relationship with PAMF as the center grows and flourishes in San Carlos. My colleagues and I have talked with people who live in communities where PAMF already operates facilities, and they are very positive about their partnerships and how they deliver on their promises. PAMF's sustained financial support helps us to continue our mission of supporting a well-rounded, high-quality public education for our children in our community. The development agreement created by the City of San Carlos and PAMF includes a $1.5 million grant to the Ed Foundation in support of health and well-being programs for the students enrolled in our school district. With these funds, the Ed Foundation will create an endowment in which the money will grow and support our kids long after my first grader has graduated from this district. We envision our children will benefit from this investment with stronger physical education programs, more extensive counseling programs for kids of all ages, and health education. Let's move forward and welcome
April.
PAMF. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Walt Englert, I believe it is. Walt is gone. Ali Safine, followed by Hans Slade, followed by Henry Schreiber.
Hi, my name is Ali Shafai. I've been a resident of San Carlos for the past 4 years. I wanted to talk to you both as from the perspective of a young physician who lives in San Carlos and as someone who would like to live in San Carlos for years to come. I think the reason that we need to approve this project tonight and why it's a good idea for San Carlos is because it is going to provide the residents of this city with 21st century medical care. As a San Carlos resident and father, I clearly want this city to flourish. I think San Carlos is an ideal place to live in the peninsula and raise a family. I also think it has the attributes to become an even more attractive place for young families to move to the area. We have wonderful schools, wonderful parks, but there's no doubt that without the budgetary constraints, these parks and schools can be even better. I think the addition of the proposed medical center will be in line with the vision of San Carlos as a city of good living, because there will be many more customers, I think, for the local businesses, and there will be additional support for schools and parks. But I want to give you the perspective of working for the Palo Alto Medical Foundation, why I chose to work for the Palo Alto Medical Foundation. When I finished my internal medicine residency program, I thoroughly researched practice opportunities in the Bay Area, and I had no doubt that I wanted to join the Palo Alto Medical Clinic, and the reasons were simple. First and foremost, whenever I talk to Palo Alto Clinic patients, including my own parents that have been getting their care through the clinic for many years, they always raved about the care and they raved about the physicians. And whenever I spoke to the physicians, they raved about their work environment. It will be hard for you to find any other facility like this in the Bay Area. It is a wonderful place to work and a wonderful place for physicians to get care. And one of the other most important reasons for me was the investment that the foundation have made in building the infrastructure to deliver proper care to patients. I'm going to finish here in one sentence, and that is that in today's environment where healthcare is going to be changing, where primary care in many cases is undervalued, the foundation has made the commitment to get the best and brightest primary care physicians and specialists so that we have the best care for the patients.
Thank you very much. Hans Slade, followed by Henry Schreiber, followed by Randy Silver.
Mayor Tom, and City Council members, my name is Hans Slade. I'm a 20-year past resident of San Carlos, currently living in San Mateo. I am a commercial real estate agent, although I had no affiliation in the transaction with PAMP and the seller of the property. I have been doing business for 24 years in the industrial area, so I consider myself knowledgeable in that area, having done over 400 transaction sales and leasing. I'm here to say that from a market perspective, the best thing that can happen to San Carlos industrial area is for the hospital to come in. It will bring in higher and better uses. We are already seeing a flight of light manufacturing, which is more or less a thing of the past for our industrial area, because most of those folks are moving over to the East Bay for lower price rents. The higher and better uses we're seeing it every day with home improvement coming in, as well as health-related gyms and sports-related businesses. And those are good for San Carlos and show a good direction for the city. I heartily support the hospital, and I look forward to your approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Henry Schreiber. Henry is not here. We'll move on to Randy Silver. Oh, he's here. Very good, Henry. Good to see you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I've been a San Carlos resident since 1970, actually, so it's about 38 years. And many of those years were spent in the services of, or under the care of Palo Alto Medical Foundation, when they were still on Homer Avenue in Palo Alto in the new facility, and now they have a clinic in Redwood City, which I use. I have found their services to be, without doubt, the best I've ever experienced in any medical facility. The doctors are superb. Our own primary care physician, Dr. Cheryl Hadley, is unbelievable in terms of her compassion, her ability to communicate, her desire to follow up on patients so that the patient is fully informed about everything that's going on with them. PAMF is also excellent in keeping patients informed by email. Immediately after tests are performed, you get the results on your email. I found that using them has been very beneficial for my health, my wife's health, and I strongly urge you to approve their hospital in San Carlos. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Randy Silver, followed by Rosemary Smith, and then Horst Young.
Good evening. My name is Randy Silver, and I live at 112 Northam Avenue in San Carlos. I appreciate the opportunity to address you briefly on the quality of medical care from my personal standpoint. In my 29 years as a resident of San Carlos, I've received good medical care from Mills Peninsula, Sequoia, and Stanford hospitals. I have had superior care from PAMF through the urology, oncology, and dermatology departments, the lab, and PAMF's innovative secure messaging system for scheduling, notification, and reordering medication. The professional staff skill and caring is clearly evident in the doctors, nurses, technicians throughout the entire staff. An outstanding volunteer group is always there to give a hand to help. This level of service extends from the parking garage staff to the accounting office and to the administration. You cannot find a higher caliber medical education program anywhere. I realize that all of this may be difficult to imagine in such a place. Your vote can make this reality come true in San Carlos where it's needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Rosemary Smith, followed by Horst Young.
Hi, I'm Rosemary Smith. I've lived in San Carlos for 50 years. I've been an educator at Cañada College and developed a parent cooperative nursery school at Trinity Presbyterian Church. I also served on the Sequoia High School Board. I am here to tell you that I'm concerned because you can see I have gray hair. A few of you do, and not all of you. But I do feel that we have, they're all looking, golden opportunity now to enhance San Carlos with quality care for all of its citizens, for those young and old, children, baby boomers, and senior citizens like me and many of the people who are here tonight. Our challenge, those of us with gray hair, even if you don't have gray hair, is to leave this world with hospital care that will serve well the population that's following. And that's for our children, and your children, and their children as they come. Granted, there are some needs that the city has, and one is the traffic problem on Holly Street. But you know, that's been a problem since I came to San Carlos. And isn't this a wonderful chance to get it fixed? And I don't know how it's going to fix it, and I'm not even sure you do, but I hope we're all going to work together to make it happen. And then the need is great because the baby boomers that are coming along are going to enhance the population greatly. And even though somebody mentioned the fact that when that boom is over, but I'm not sure that boom's going to be over. So, because their children are going to come along too. So please join me in welcoming the Palo Alto Medical Foundation to San Carlos. I welcome your vote to accomplish this partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosemary. We have Horst Young, followed by Gail Collins, who graciously yields to her husband, Ron Collins. So Ron will be with us after Horst.
Good evening. As a longtime resident of San Carlos, I would have to say my main interest is to see what is good for this town. I really love this town, and what's good for San Carlos is good for me. I believe that PAM is good for San Carlos. That's why I support it. Not necessarily because the hospital, because it's good for San Carlos, and that's what's the important item here. As you all know, previous meetings we've talked about options, and of course my first option would be to bring Idle McCulloch back and 400 employees. We know that's not going to happen. Second item would be, let's buy the place for the city. The volunteers, the people that are against it can take a collection, we build a sports complex. That's not going to happen either. So the fact is, let's make the best use of the property, and this is a good use of it. So, as we are constantly reminded of the need for funding, I think the income stream is good, and overall it's an entirely fine project, so highly recommend it. I'd like to end with one comment. I really resent the input of that we have unions coming in this town telling us how we should run our business. This is the business me in San Carlos and a potential company coming in this town. It's not a union's business what we do. It's our business. Our business to do what's good for this town. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Ron Collins, followed by Wanda Jones.
My name is Ron Collins, and I'm a 40-year resident of San Carlos. I'd like to thank my gracious wife for donating her 2 minutes to me. I promise not to use all of it. I've spoken at nearly all the previous hearings on this project, and I'd like to offer a couple of thoughts tonight. I know you are hearing a number of comments on a lot of different issues tonight in an attempt to try to distract you from considering the many benefits of this project. This decision is not about limiting competition or nursing. This decision is about the best use of the site at 301 Industrial Road. I strongly believe that PAMP's Medical Center is the best use of that site. In making this decision, you have strong recommendations for approval from the Planning Commission, the Traffic and Circulation Commission, and EDAC. You also have the support of the vast majority of residents in this community. We hope you will see through the opposition's rhetoric and approve this project on its numerous merits. Even though this is a land issue, I would like to talk about this from my perspective as a health insurance broker for the last 26 years. I'm sure you will hear more about the cost of health care tonight, but every day I talk with individuals and businesses about health insurance. I can't tell you how many people have told me over the years that they don't want to purchase a health insurance plan from a carrier that won't allow them to use the Palo Alto Medical Foundation. Why is this, I've asked them. Over and over, they have told me that they receive not only the finest care, but that they benefit from the most advanced innovations and technologies in the healthcare world. It's been said that PAMP's coming to San Carlos and building a hospital along with their medical center will create a redundancy of services and medical technology and thus drive up the cost of healthcare and ultimately health insurance premiums. This is simply not true and certainly not a reason not to vote for the project. There is virtually no correlation between the rise in health insurance premiums and the addition of another hospital in a community. The Kaiser Family Foundation, a well-respected, private, nonprofit foundation that focuses on major healthcare issues in the United States, said in a report published just in August that healthcare costs are rising in this country because of a number of factors, including an aging population that uses more medical services, poor eating habits, lifestyles that are leading to exploding rates of obesity, diabetes, and heart disease, crushingly expensive new miracle drugs, and technological advances. In fact, they make no mention whatsoever about the number of hospitals in any given area and their impact on healthcare costs. So what the increase in costs comes down to is that we Americans are getting older, sicker, lazier, and fatter. Not PAMF building a new medical facility in San Carlos. I respect the views of those residents who opposed this project, and I applaud them for being part of the process and expressing their opinions. However, this project has been scrutinized, analyzed, and nitpicked for the last 4 years. It's time for it to be approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ron. Wanda Jones, followed by Wayne Kennedy, followed by John Buchanan.
I'm the president of New Century Healthcare Institute, so the report that you've seen, my husband and I are guilty of perpetrating. But I date back to the old Hill-Burton Agency that gave grants for the construction of hospitals after World War II. And my area was San Francisco County and San Mateo County. I have literally walked the halls of every hospital in those counties, and I have watched a trajectory of growth and closure. One of my concerns is the inability of people to read history and therefore understand the future. We have always had additional hospitals coming in when needed, but usually late. We have also had hospital closures. We have had 88 hospitals in this state closed in the last 5 years. In the foreseeable future, we're going to be doubling the total population of California. And in that period, not only will we have the boomers moving through to Medicare, but a significant portion of them will be in the over 85 age group. And that group uses, or the group over 65, including them, use about 4 times the amount of health care as people under 65. You're in more danger of being undersupplied with capacity than you are with oversupply. The other point I'd like to make is that if you ask health plans whether they would like to contract with a hospital that is the sole provider in their community, they will say no, because we have no leverage whatsoever. So, thank you. Appreciate your time.
If you could hold on just a moment, I had a question regarding your study, and it had to do with what I would call leakage from San Mateo County to Santa Clara County and San Francisco. And as I read the report, about 35%, about 1/3 of all the San Mateo County residents who need hospitalization go either to Santa Clara County or San Francisco County.
Correct. Why do they do that?
Yeah, why do they do that?
2 reasons. One is for tertiary care in the 2 major medical centers, teaching hospitals that we have on either side, UCSF and Stanford. So out-migrations for that reason. The other is that many people in San Mateo County are commuters, and they have their insurance with their employer that may be based in San Francisco, and there may be restrictions on where they go. Other reason is that if they have had an affiliation previously when they lived in San Francisco with a provider that they like, they tend to go back for 5 to 10 years after they have moved. So families are moving out of San Francisco, but if they deliver their child at St. Mary's, they will still go back. 3 reasons.
Does it speak to the need for additional beds in San Mateo County?
Yes, because you have a weak drawing ability to bring those residents back into getting health care in the county. The drawing ability is closely related to the ability to recruit new physicians. The 2 most successful enterprises about recruitment are the Kaiser organization, Kaiser Permanente, and PAMF. Both are integrated medical groups, and this is what young physicians are looking for. So if you don't want to accelerate the growing shortage of physicians in your county, you need to take advantage of PAMF's skills. Either that or become a member of the Kaiser Health Plan.
May I ask you, through the chair, can I
Yeah.
ask a follow-up question? With respect to attraction and retention of physicians, is it a requirement that that facility, that integrated organization, actually have a hospital associated with it? Or is there a benefit to adding the hospital component over just having a clinic component in outsourcing the hospital components at this time?
Because the modern model of health care is an episode of illness integration, where you don't have to give up the team that you started with to go to another place and have a team pick something up. You have the same team whether you're outpatient, inpatient, or post-acute. And you have the same medical record, the same financial arrangement. There is what is called continuity of care. And this is what permits the organization to measure their impact on health status. And we will be watching in the next little while, fairly short while, where Medicare introduces a new payment method called episode of illness, which integrates the doctor and the hospital in payment terms. And you can't get that unless you have an integrated medical group and organized chronic disease-oriented programs.
Thank you. And thank you to the audience for tolerating this little extra time. Wayne Kennedy, followed by John Buchanan, followed by Nancy Tovar.
My name is Wayne Kennedy. I've lived on Elm Street 24 years. I just have 3 brief points to make. Number 1, the citizens of San Carlos want this project. They've demonstrated this in every way possible. You've seen the boxes of over 5,000 signatures that we had a professional poll done. 70% of the respondents endorsed the project. And now I'm told that no less than 4,500 residents of San Carlos are members of PAMF that depend on PAMF for their medical services, and how much traffic that will save if we can drive to Industrial Road instead of driving to Palo Alto. My second point is that I think PAMF is the ideal long-term partner for this site. There have been pie-in-the-sky suggestions that we could have retail or industrial, and it's easy to put up charts on the screen showing the theoretical income streams that would come from these other uses, but they're much less reliable. PAMF is by far the most reliable long-term partner for a 50-year period at that site. I don't think we could do any better. My third point is that maybe the biggest benefit of this project is that it will increase the health consciousness of our town. We're having PAMF's largest campus here in town, and the way they interact with the schools and the children and the parents and expose our young people to careers in the health field, it should significantly increase health education over the coming years and make San Carlos not only the city of good living, but the city of longer living. Thank you.
Thank you. John, followed by Nancy, followed by Bernie Mallett.
My name is John Buchanan, 48 Chilton Avenue. The fundamental aspect underlying the long and complex process that has brought us here tonight is the desire coupled with the opportunity for change. For many, change represents the optimism and creative thinking that has characterized our peninsula and state for so many successful years. Yet, for others, this is not the case. The fear of uncertain outcomes by some and the possible loss of power or economic superiority by entrenched businesses and organizations, and even the rise of a myriad of peripheral issues outside the scope of this project, and indeed San Carlos itself, will give them a different view. And change always contains all of these conflicting elements. The San Carlos Center proposal is a dramatic change from what has come before in terms of the land use you're looking at, the quality of jobs that are going to be provided, the tax sourcing, not tax requirements, the integrated medical services delivery that is promised, and a unique long-term city developer agreement, and the community involvement of PAMF itself, and indeed the very long-term viability of the use itself that are providing needed medical services to an aging population. Understanding change, effectively dealing with it, and hopefully taking advantage of it is not only the job of city councils, but of business, labor unions, governments, religions, well, you name it today. This is fundamentally our goal here, and I believe you understand that this particular change is both essential and fortuitous for the continued vitality of our city. Ultimately, the test of a change, of course, is how well we implement it. I believe that PAMF has shown itself to be a forthright and financially sound partner to help us ensure this. None of this makes the job easier for you. No matter what the decision, somebody or a group will be angry and likely will let you know about it. For now, I want to say that if you do decide to proceed with what I feel is a great opportunity for San Carlos, you will have many, many people supporting you.
Thank you, John. Nancy Tovar, followed by Bernie Mallett, followed by Charlie Getz. Is Nancy on board? Don't see Nancy. How about Bernie? Bernie's coming up. Charlie follows her, followed by Pam McGee.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I am Bernie Mallett. I've lived in San Carlos for 43 years, and I have been a very active community member, volunteer, and a professional here in the community. I would like to ask you to please think carefully about your decision this evening. We have, over the 43 years that I've been here, made a few mistakes. And I would hope that we don't make the same mistake again. We need all of the medical facilities we have up and down the peninsula. I've had 5 generations go through Sequoia Hospital for medical care. It's a great place to go. I still go there, but I believe in choice. And so I implore that you do this and give it some really good thought and support the foundation. Thank you.
Thank you. Charlie Getz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Some of you I had the great honor of serving with on the Planning Commission for number of years. I was on the commission for 9 years. I've been in the city almost 2 decades now. It's amazing how time flies. And I am ashamed to admit that I am in the Ron Collins category, although he's not personally, of the fat, lazy, and soon-to-be needing medical care. And just as I would reject an argument that we have restaurants in Redwood City that are terrific, so we don't need any here, the idea that medical care should be limited because of existing facilities seems ludicrous to me. This business feels it can make it, and it can, then it should be allowed to do so. And more importantly, my doctor just went boutique, which means he's dropped me because of health insurance. So I'm now going to be looking for a new physician, and I would sure as heck like to come to my own town and use my own physician here than go down to Redwood City or to Palo Alto, and I think that's a concern. And the last thing I'd really like to say, though, is on the environmental issues. I've done environmental law for 34 years for the state of California, and I've been on the said planning commission here, and as some of my commissioners remember, in another city north of us for 8 years before that. And I got to tell you, all of the environmental issues that I have seen have been answered beautifully, both by staff, by the conditions, by the mitigations, and the laws work the way it's supposed to work. I urge you to please support this use. We need it here. This is a city of good living, and I think we would be continued to be the city of good living if we offer as many services to our citizens as we can. And it's great seeing all of you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next we have Pam McGee, followed by Mike Takamoto, followed by John Darmanian. Pam, I believe, is left.
Yeah.
Yes,
Pam's left. My name is Michael Takamoto. I've lived here for about 15 years. I just want to make a couple of points real briefly. One, I don't think you could find a use, if you consider the potential ability to improve, of all the uses to improve revenue for the city, PAMP scores the highest. If you, on the other axis, you consider what sort of uses can improve the health of our citizens, well, PAMP again scores very highly. But you have a unique opportunity. You have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to build on a legacy, something that's going to last for generations. So I urge you to seize this opportunity and do what's good for the city. Thank you.
Thank you. John Darmanian, followed by Jeffrey Craighead.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is John Darmanin, and I'm here to speak in favor of the San Carlos Medical Facility project that is up for a vote. I want to start off by saying I'm a member of the San Francisco Firefighters Union. I'm a member of the San Francisco Labor Council. I'm a past director of the International Association of Firefighters of Local 798 of the Firefighters Union. And I've been a 25-year veteran and active member of the San Francisco Fire Department. And I'm mentioning that because I heard some discussion about unions and union issues and labor. And I think this PAMP project is good for labor and will create a good partnership for both union and non-union jobs that will strengthen this community. My wife and children have lived on the peninsula for nearly 30 years, and for the last 11 years we've been making our home in Redwood City on the San Carlos border. And we spend a lot of our time in San Carlos, if not most of our leisure time in San Carlos. So we're stakeholders, and we're also in favor of this project. I just wanted to also mention that as a firefighter and with that perspective, I appreciate the value of healthcare facilities everywhere, as you can imagine, and especially one that has an emergency facility, a 24/7 emergency facility. It's right here in San Carlos' own backyard. Having choices in an emergency is important for emergency responders during normal times, but during emergencies such as a problem at the airport, either this airport or SFO or San Jose for that matter, all emergency facilities are going to be taxed, so every little bit will help. Choices do help. Not just choices of location, but choices of providers. I would hope that you would continue your support of this project and see it to fruition. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jeffrey Craighead, followed by Harold Schulte, followed by Kathleen Lynch.
I'm Jeffrey Craighead. I'm a local realtor, and though I'm not currently a resident of San Carlos, my offices have been here for decades. This is your 7th meeting. This is the first time I've come before you, council members. And the only reason is because I had a phone call last week from someone that had expressed concern that there was a rumor going around that the elderly were fleeing San Mateo County. And I assure you, until we get rid of Proposition 13, that's not going to happen. I have 4 clients right now in their 80s that are looking for places to move out of their big houses to. And one of them who lives in Redwood City told me she'd go as far as San Carlos. Still can't find anything for her because she wants everything on one level, including the garage, that has to be attached. But the big reason is because most of their kids are living in Tracy or Modesto, and they don't want to move to Tracy or Modesto in order to babysit. They want to stay here because their friends are here. And our population is going to be getting older and older, and these facilities are needed not only now, but will be greatly needed in the future. Please approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Harold Schutte. And Harold will be followed by Kathleen and followed by Vaughn Griffin.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I'm Harold Schutte. I've been a resident of San Carlos for over 30 years. My wife and I, Becky, raised 2 children here. I'm a retired banker of 45 years, having served 3 different major banks. I'm a member of the San Carlos Economic Development Advisory Council, EDAC. EDAC voted unanimously in favor of PAMF. I voted in favor of PAMF because of the economic census. It really makes sense to adopt this measure. I reviewed all the financials, and I also respect the long-term, excellent relationship of a first-class organization. As a banker, I called on PAMF, Parent Sutter Hospital in Sacramento, for 25 years, and have known them well until my retirement of 4 years ago. I called on the CFO and the Director of Cash Management. I've met senior management of Sutter, and I like them well. Together, Sutter and I built a trade association in Sacramento that was well attended and is still surviving. Sutter Hospital enjoys an excellent reputation. Their bonds are well respected in the financial industry. We can depend on their financial reputation. I recommend the council vote in favor of this excellent project. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathleen, followed by Vaughn Griffin. All right, Kathleen is also speaking for Ann Harding.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Kathy Lynch. I'm a 22-year resident of San Carlos. I do have some prepared notes, but I would like to just take a couple to add some personal. 2 years ago next month, I was diagnosed with advanced cancer. I have received unbelievably good care from both Sequoia, Stanford, and Mills Peninsula, which is part of Sutter, including acute care. Quite excellent service. In regards to personal attacks, I'm glad you said something, Tom. There's been a lot of personal attacks in the last 4 years. One on a gentleman, very fine resident of this city, Saul Kautner, who worked very hard because he believed not in the project. And there were personal attacks on him. That man had suffered a very tragic loss recently and still tried very hard to be here tonight and could not. So I'm glad that you mentioned that. In regards to, he had no personal gain whatsoever. He's a resident and a businessman, no personal gain, and was not paid. PAMP has a well-paid, organized machine, as evident of these pre-printed signatures. They keep talking about all of the meetings they've had, but most of us that are against it have never been invited to a single meeting. And tonight, a large portion were union members brought in from outside of our city to stand and show support. A lot of people have not been to a single meeting. I've been to 4 years of meetings here, and many people do not live in San Carlos. So I will go with my prepared speech. I speak against the PAMP project. It has been a long road to this meeting. I've actively watched this process for the last 4 years, attending many of the commission meetings regarding PAMP. I am very disappointed that in all commission votes, only one commissioner listened to what the majority of the citizens of San Carlos want. Less than 20% of our citizens belong to PAMP. This project does not benefit the other 80%. In the last 2 years, I have listened to speakers for PAMP, and 90% of them either work for PAMF or belong to the medical organization. The rudeness of you is amazing, sir.
Let's give the speaker a polite response, please.
Thank you,
Go ahead.
sir. Okay, one such person spoke that there had been doom and gloom forecasted for those who were by those against Pacific Hacienda project, and that none of the forecasted woes came to fruition. This is because a group of us fought long and hard to have the size of the project reduced and adequate parking provided. The finished project was a compromise between the builders and the residents of San Carlos, one that fits the city and is an asset. Another person talked of an ambulance being waved off of Sequoia's emergency room when a family member was very ill. This can happen no matter how many hospitals are in your area, depending on the severity of the case and the current occupancy of the emergency. I can guarantee you that PAF will not have an acute emergency trauma facility. In regards to how it will affect those living close in proximity, someone else said, we should ask those who live close to Sequoia how living there affects them. Those residents don't seem to have a problem. Sequoia was there before most of the current residents. PAMF will cause increased traffic noise to our residents along with reducing the value of their homes. We were also advised by one supporter to go look at the Palo Alto campus. I did that. I also went to look at their newest one in Sunnyvale. The Palo Alto campus is located on a 6-lane road, not 2 or 4, as proposed for San Carlos, and the Sunnyvale campus backs up to one apartment building and no other residences, and is not a hospital. I wonder why. I've also watched city staff congratulate themselves after each commission has voted in favor of PAMF. I wonder why. Do they have a vested interest? I have no doubts that the City Council is going to vote in favor. Just like the city would not listen to its citizens when it came to Scoot, it looks like we will have to have a referendum and possible litigation.
Thank you. Vaughn Griffin, followed by Dr. Marvin Richard. And Chuck Drew will follow Dr. Richard.
Good evening. My name is Vaughn Griffin. I live at 1431 Hull Drive. I've been a resident of San Carlos for 36 years. Raised 3 of my children. I'm in the process of watching my 2 grandchildren grow up in San Carlos. I love this town. This is the best town in the peninsula or in the whole Bay Area. I'm also a union member. I'm a retired president of Local 467 Plumbers and Steamfitters in Burlingame. And I really resent the implication that this is a union deal, because it's not. I'm a resident here, and I am definitely in favor of this project. And I'd like to see it be voted in favor of tonight and not go to a referendum. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Richard.
Council members, I'm Dr. Marvin Richards. I've lived in San Carlos for 52 years. I've practiced medicine since the beginning of my migration here 52 years ago, and I'm still in practice at the county hospital in the primary care clinic. I have some experience in the medical economics. I was president-elect of the California Society of Internal Medicine, the economic adjunct of the American College of Physicians. I don't think there's any question here. We don't need further testimonials as to the expertise and the quality of care from the Palo Alto Clinic. They are expert. There is no question that we have a need for more physicians in our community, and that large clinics are the primary hirers of new people coming into practice, because how else could anyone afford to open here or even buy a home in our high-priced community? The question really is, what should be built on that campus? And I'd like to address that with a few written notes. Well, I would accept the placement of a Palo Alto Clinic physician's office building on the proposed site. I vigorously oppose the construction of a redundant, medically unnecessary hospital there for the following reasons. First, this will increase the true cost of hospitalized medical care to all San Francisco Peninsula patients through increased costs to the currently not fully utilized 6 area hospitals, most of whom are open to PAMC physicians and their patients. Palo Alto Medical Clinic has utilized these existing hospitals from its inception without any compromise of quality care and continue to do so. Unlike the grocery chains, hospitals do not need competition by having sales. They increase charges to meet cost, and PAMP has never been a low-cost provider.
Dr. Richards, you want to wrap it up, please?
Yes. A new hospital will increase need for nursing, and it will actually compromise quality of care to some degree, because quality of care in existing hospitals is based on volume, which causes expertise. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, sir. It's good to see you again. Chuck Drew, followed by Lynn Sorrells, followed by Jim Inglis.
Good evening, Mayor Davids and council members. My name is Chuck Drew. I live at 791 Crestview Drive. I'm a 20-year resident of San Carlos, and I am also a PAMP patient and recipient of very excellent care. I think all or many of the reasons for approving this project have already been very well articulated by many people this evening. So for the sake of brevity, I will just simply urge the council members to please approve this PAMP project. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn Sorrells, followed by Jim Inglis. Is Lynn in the house? Is Jim in the house? Yeah. And Jim will be followed by Tessa Martino, and then we'll take a break.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Jim Inglis. I'm a resident of 2353 Howard Avenue. I've experienced excellent health care from PAMP based on personal experience, and I'm impressed with the patient care philosophy. They work hard to stay on the leading edge of medicine, and the San Carlos facility will support that goal. I've also spoken with many people regarding this project and found widespread support. The partnership with the Ad Foundation is a great example why this support is there in the community. It's certainly a superior project to some of the other possibilities that could occur at that site. Environmental cleanup is a benefit of this project. The Medical Foundation has consistently expressed a desire to create a healthy environment for patients and their own employees. There's a projected need for medical facilities in the area as the population ages. My family, including extended family, plan to stay in this area, and it's critical to have choices for our medical care. We hope that the City Council recognizes the value an organization like the Medical Foundation, the Palo Alto Medical Foundation, brings to our city. We hope that you have the foresight to approve this important project. Thank you.
Thank you. And do I understand Lynn is here? Lynn, thank you. And following Lynn, Tessa Martino, and then we'll take a break.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Lynn Sorrells, and I am a 16-year resident here at Palo Alto. I have also been a registered nurse at the Palo Alto Medical Foundation for 22 years, working mainly in our urgent care center and our travel medicine department. I have also been one of the union representatives for 8 years. Palo Alto Medical Foundation also has union representation for its LVNs with the California Licensed Vocational Nurses Association, and our lab scientists are also represented by Engineers and Scientists of California. I have been a part of the negotiating team, and we have always had fair and competitive wage negotiations with the foundation. Our nurses enjoy a positive working relationship with our employer, as do our LVNs and our laboratory scientists. Palo Alto Medical Foundation is a good employer and works with us in a successful relationship. I hope you will support this project. Palo Alto Medical Foundation is a good employer and would be an asset to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. And Tessa Martino. I might add that following Tessa, we'll take a bit of a break. We have about an hour's left, I think, of speaker slips, so if you're all anxious to get in this queue, Now would be the time to bring your slip forward during our break. Tessa?
Good evening, City Council and City staff. My name is Tessa Martino. I live at 2321 Howard. I've been a Kaiser patient for over 35 years. And also, I am a volunteer member of the Citizen Advisory Committee to bring the San Carlos Medical Center to San Carlos. For the past 3 years, I have learned and seen up close the benefits that PAMP can bring to our town. From a top-notch medical center to a committed community partner. Let's enhance the East Side and our town. I ask for your vote and support to this worthy addition to our city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll take a break until 9:35, and when we resume, we'll start with Keith Lee, Scott Gaffney, and Suzanne McKee.
Sunset Avenue, or Sunset Drive. I'm known to my two children, who are 4 and 2, as the PP doctor. I just finished my training. I've been up and down the Bay Area for the last 12 years. I came out here when I was 21, and I started medical school at UCSF. And then I finished my residency in Stanford, and then back at UCSF for fellowships in minimally invasive surgery, the most latest and newest for urinary tract diseases. I've lived up and down the peninsula, from San Bruno to Los Altos, Mountain View, more cities than I would like to have gotten to know. And finally, we settled on San Carlos because it is really a very pleasant city. We love the schools that you guys have here, and I'd hope to stay for many more years to come and raise my two boys here. For me, I think I'm biased, obviously. Otherwise, I wouldn't be working for Palo Alto Medical Foundation. For me personally, I think there's two reasons why I think it's a good idea. And that for me boils down to personal and professional. On a personal level, the bottom line question for me is this: when I'm sick, when my child is sick, where am I going to take them? I don't care about traffic, but if that's where the doctor is, that's the best, that's where I'm going to go. And Palo Alto is that. And I always look at my patients who come down to Stanford to see me to have their surgeries done, and I look at where they live in San Carlos, and I look and say, I live in San Carlos too, what are we doing here? So I think that makes a lot of sense for me as a person that lives in San Carlos. I like to get my health care here sometime in my life, I think. And then professionally, I think it is really the best place to get your health care. I've worked at UCSF and Stanford for many years, and the quality of care here is top-notch at Palo Alto Medical Foundation. And I hope that me being part of that faceless thing, it's going to help you decide that I can help, and I'd love to bring excellent health care that's the newest and greatest to our community right here in San Carlos. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Ms. Scott Gaffney, followed by Suzanne McKee. If I could remind the speakers to move the mic as you will and speak into it so that our transcriber gets a nice, clear, crisp dialogue. Thank you.
My name is Scott Gaffney. I'm one of the out-of-town people. I live in a faraway town of Belmont. I've lived there for a little over 7 years. I lived in San Carlos for over 24 years prior to that. My wife, over 30 years prior to that. My father-in-law has been a small business owner in San Carlos for over 30 years. What strikes me as disappointing in listening to people that are putting arguments against PAMF is that they put up arguments that are mutually exclusive, essentially, and the two of the major things are traffic and unneeded. And it can't be both. You can't have traffic caused, yet you don't actually need another hospital. If it's truly unneeded, then there won't be traffic. I mean, you can't have both. And that anything that ever goes there will cause traffic. And my wife and young son are members at PAMF, and when we go there, it's actually during the day, and the exact time when there's not traffic at Industrial and Hawley. We don't go to appointments between 7 and 9 a.m. when there's traffic. We don't go to appointments at 5 and 7 p.m. when there's the commute coming home. During the daytime at Hawley, it's relatively calm compared to it. And if you actually go to PAMF, as big as that facility is, you get in and out, and the traffic on the underground and the parking lot, it's great. I've been so impressed with the way that facility works. And all I want to say is that in all the years that I've lived in San Carlos, because I still consider myself as we, even though I don't live here anymore, that there's been a lot of change with the loss of San Carlos Theater over 30 years ago. I still miss that. The loss even of things like Dankin or the Laurel Theater, and there's been a lot of other changes, and we've survived all of those, and San Carlos is still a great place. So.
Thank you very much. Suzanne McKee. Suzanne will be followed by Bill Knack, followed by Marie Kazminden.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. First of all, I'd like to say that those two things are not mutually exclusive, traffic and need, because it doesn't mean that it's needed. People may go there whether it's needed or not, so I just want to make that little point. My concern is that A new hospital will further compromise the local nursing shortage and drive up nursing costs as a result. It'll be reflected in both outpatient and inpatient care costs. Current hospitals in our community are already in mandated building programs and have planned flexible hospital bed capacities to cover any foreseeable growth or mass emergency needs over the next 25 years. The logarithmic scientific improvements and changes in medical practice preclude projecting beyond that time frame, as the ongoing reduction in inpatient hospital stays may be even further reduced, depending on how things go. Currently, there is a cost crisis in medicine. Patients and employers can no longer support an endless and redundant provider system. Building and staffing an unnecessary hospital structure is counterproductive and another example why health care costs are escalating. Also, by PAMP's own admission, only 20% of the residents in San Carlos will use the proposed hospital, but 100% of the city's residents will be forced to cope with the increased traffic. Maybe not 100%, that's probably a little exaggerated. Not to mention accompanying air pollution, which is one of my pet peeves, and negative impacts to the surrounding neighborhoods. We'll also be forced to pay for increased demands for services and decreased tax revenues that the development agreement terms cannot cover. PAMP is still not offering a sufficient amount to cover increased demands for fire suppression services, housing for increased population that this would bring in, and infrastructure maintenance that this project will create over the next 50 years. I don't think this is or ever will be a good deal for San Carlos. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill Neck, followed by Marie Casmond.
Thank you and good evening, Mayor Davids and other honorable members of the City Council. My name is William Knack. My address is 1153 Chest Drive in Foster City, California. I am here this evening representing the Building and Construction Trades Council of San Mateo County, speaking on behalf of 26 local construction unions with a membership exceeding 16,000 of the highest skilled craftsmen and women in the construction industry today. The Building Trades Council is in support of the Palo Alto Medical Foundation's proposed San Carlos project located at 301 Industrial Road. After more than 3 years of community input, city staff input, planning commission input, city council input, and media input, we believe the Palo Alto Medical Foundation has arrived at a project that is appropriately placed and a project size that fits the needs of the community. More than 60 public meetings have been held in San Carlos since 2004, some held by the Palo Alto Medical Foundation, some held by community interest groups, and finally public hearings held by the City of San Carlos, starting with the certification of the final EIR earlier this year. The project has certainly undergone thorough scrutiny at all levels. You have positive recommendations from the Transportation and Circulation Commission, the Economic Development Advisory Commission, the Planning Commission, and this evening you have a staff recommendation for approval. As reported to the Economic Development Advisory Commission on August 1, 2007, based on the terms and revised term sheet, this project is expected to generate nearly $91 million in community benefits to the city and its residents over a 50-year period. Of course, let us not forget that this project, when completed, will help furnish the ever-increasing medical needs for the enormous number of baby boomers who are advancing into our senior years over the next decade. Adding to the benefits I've just mentioned, the Palo Alto Medical Foundation recognizes the importance of quality construction. The Palo Alto Medical Foundation is committed to the Building Trades Council that they will be using our highly skilled, decently paid construction workers receiving quality health care and pension benefits to construct this entire project. Our journey-level craftsmen and women have gone through 4 years of intense training, on-the-job and classroom instruction at one of our 14 apprenticeship training centers located throughout the Bay Area. This project will generate thousands of jobs for our members. By this commitment, Palo Alto Medical Foundation has shown they care about the quality of life for construction workers. We believe the Palo Alto Medical Foundation has put forth great effort to be a responsible developer and a good corporate neighbor in San Carlos, and we respectfully request that you approve this project this evening. In partnership with the developer, we are looking forward to creating a project that the city of San Carlos can look upon with great pride, and I thank you for allowing me to speak to you this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Knack. And I might add that Mr. Knack also spoke on behalf of Mike Swanson. So next up is Murray, followed by Bruce Hamilton, and then by Robert Steingen, I believe it is.
Good evening. My name is Marie Kamenzend. I'm a patient of the Palo Alto Medical Foundation and a resident of San Carlos. I'm also a radiation therapist employed at a local hospital. Although I am happy with my care at PAMF, I am strongly opposed to the construction of its proposed San Carlos hospital for many reasons. First, we already have 4 well-respected hospitals serving our community, and we do not need another. 2, the impact this hospital will have on our traffic is not worth it. 3, I have been very happy with the care I've been receiving at the Redwood Shores Clinic and do not see a need to add a major hospital to make it better. And lastly, I am concerned how PAMF can staff a new hospital with fully credentialed and experienced nurses in light of the current nursing shortages. With the existing hospitals in the community, why would we need another, and how would this impact those existing hospitals? I mentioned earlier that I am a radiation therapist. I work at Sequoia Hospital, and I have a very rewarding job treating cancer patients. Our department is awesome, and the management is unbeatable. As a per diem therapist, I have had the opportunity to work at many different hospitals in the Bay Area. So I know firsthand that I have found the perfect place for me and look forward to staying at Sequoia for a very long time. How will this new hospital impact Sequoia and ultimately my job? Let's move on to traffic, a bad word in my household. As pointed out in the EIR report, the increased traffic will not only affect 5 major intersections in San Carlos, but it will also affect other surface streets in our community. There are not mitigations proposed for the residents who live in central San Carlos or the surrounding streets. To me, added congestion on our streets will just add frustration and stress, something I do not need nor want. I bike to work to do my part keeping healthy and keeping one more car off the road in San Carlos. Finally, from a healthcare perspective, I am well aware of the nursing shortages and the increased requirements in the hospitals for added staffing. Unlike other professions, one cannot be a skilled ICU or cardiac nurse as soon as you are handed a diploma. Specialized training and experience is needed in a hospital setting when one is dealing with daily life and death situations. PAMF claims that they are capable...
Thank you, Murray.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting me speak.
Murray, we have one question up here. Come back, please.
Can you turn my mic on, please? I chose to ask you because you seem very deep in your commitment to being opposed, and you come from a nursing background. So what I'm curious about is you talk about the nursing shortage. We've heard that from a number of folks tonight. What I'd like to know from your experience in the industry is, A, how long has this nursing shortage been coming on? And B, how long do we expect this nursing shortage to last? Because I think to speak on behalf of this council and what we're looking at here tonight, we're looking at a project that could take, I think Mr. Crisili asked the applicant how long it would take before their doors would open, and it was, what was it, about 5 years out? 4.5 years.
4.5 years out. And then we're looking at a project that will have at least a 50-year lifespan, we hope. If you look at the development agreement, we're looking at 50 years. So how do we weigh, in your opinion, and if you could be brief in your answer, but how do we weigh something that looks like perhaps a temporary nursing shortage against a project that is going to hopefully be in the community should we approve it for 50 years? I don't think I'm qualified to comment on that because I wouldn't know, how the nursing shortage will be 50 years from now. I do know that there is a real shortage right now, and if I were to need care at a hospital, a new hospital, with brand-new nurses coming out of school, I would be hesitant if Sequoia were to close down or some of the other well-established hospitals. Am I answering your question?
The other question was, to the best of your knowledge, the buildup of this nursing shortage, how long has it been?
I'm not sure exactly how long the nursing shortage has been, but I think any time that you have a nursing shortage and a hospital up and running with a shortage is not a good thing to do.
Okay, thank you. And if there's anybody in the audience who is an expert in these things and might be able to answer those questions, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, we're moving right along to Bruce Hamilton, followed by Robert, and then Levin Tsai.
Mayor, council members, hardworking staff, I'm probably the only person here tonight. I'm not opposing or supporting the application. My passion, my cause, my mission is housing, affordable housing. I'm the executive director of HIP Housing, which San Carlos and 13 or 14 other cities provide support to every year, which we greatly appreciate. And I'm the president of the Housing Leadership Council of the county this year, which also provides through a contract the staff support for HEART, the Housing Endowment and Regional Trust, which you are a member of and financially support. So I know, of course, that this council is concerned about the issue of affordable housing as much as any in the community. But that's my question that I think has been overlooked too much in this whole discussion. I think there's some irony that many cities now, well, 1 out of every 3 in the whole state has an inclusionary zoning law. A developer comes into your community, you have specific numbers, but to build so many units of apartments or condos or whatever, and you require that developer to set a certain percentage aside as affordable, below market rate. Yet a major employer can come to town and say they're going to employ nearly 1,000 people, and we don't talk about the housing issue and where are they going to live. 40% of the people who work in this county today don't live in the county. They're part-time citizens at best. They're commuting long distances because they can't afford anything nearby. Maybe it's too late, but if I were one of you, I was a county supervisor once back in Nebraska, but everybody could afford an apartment or a house back there, and they woke up every morning in Nebraska. I love Nebraska, but I love the Bay Area better, I guess. In any event, in my view, the development agreement should have recognized this issue as well. All the polls countywide say the top issue is transportation and housing. Yes, education is certainly important, but I believe a major employer in any of our cities of any kind of employment should be required to help fund housing for their employees. It's just a forewarning that that's going to be a whole other aside, a problem, perhaps an unforeseen circumstance, and maybe it's not too late to reconsider. Maybe I can top Bill Knack, though I'm not for this or against it. If it's built, I think these trade people ought to not only be building a hospital, I think they should be building more housing.
Thank you, Bruce. Thank you. Levin Tsai?
No. Robert Steinjan.
Okay. Go ahead.
I've lived in San Carlos for about 20 years, and all I would like to say is that in the past 10 years, the city's really transformed. And we have a new library, a new youth center, the grade upgrades for the railroad, this facility, the museum, and the whole redevelopment of Laurel Street. And all those things wouldn't have happened without the city council having some leadership and some vision. And it literally took 10 years to transform San Carlos from a small bedroom community into something unique. I encourage you to approve this project because I think this is an opportunity for you to show some leadership and some vision for San Carlos. I think this really brings something great to the city.
Thank you. Linda Drew, followed by Tim King, followed by Jane Lockwood.
Hi, I'm Linda Drew, 791 Crestview.
The PAMP project will really be an asset to the community. We have over 6,000 San Carlos residents already using PAMP, and it'd be a lot better to keep them here than on the freeways. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, there's an example. Tim King. No, I don't want to cut off. I'm joking. Tim King, followed by Jane. Tim's gone, Jane's here. And Robert Emmert will follow.
Good evening, Mayor Tom, council members, city staff. I'm Jane Lockwood. I live on Chestnut Street in San Carlos. I sent you an email about a week ago talking about my former employer, Samtrans and Caltrain. I'm not going to repeat that. What I'm here to do is to let you know I so much respect my right to come before you this evening that I cut short a vacation at Lake Tahoe, glorious Lake Tahoe, and drove down today to have this minute to say, I agree with the former person. Show your leadership and bring this project to San Carlos. I support it, and I hope you will too. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Robert Emmert, followed by Dr. Ellen Rosenberg, followed by Dr. Dorothy Sue.
Mr. Mayor, councilman, staff, my name is Bob Emmert, live at 367 Fairfield, San Carlos. I've been here since 1959. We've raised 2 sons and helped raise 4 grandsons in town, and I think we've used every conceivable medical facility that you have anywhere near. We started with the playground leaders first aid kit, through the school nurses, through Sequoia, Stanford, what used to be CHOPE and is now Menlo, what is now San Mateo County General and PAMP. And I'm here to tell you I don't think you can have too many facilities or resources. I've supported this project for the last 4 years. I really hope the process ends tonight. Seems to me that many other communities on the peninsula would be begging to bring this kind of facility to their residents. Urge you to vote tonight in favor of the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Ellen Rosenberg. And I may have missed Dorothy Shoup, but she wanted to speak earlier and I didn't pick up the note. So if she's here, we'll take her next.
I'm Dr. Alan Rosenberg, a 31-year-old resident of San Carlos. I've been here talking a lot of times. Anyway, this is a highly controversial issue, obviously, and I think it really needs to be settled by a vote of the citizenry of San Carlos. The polls can be very slanted. The testimonials that we've gotten are part of a very clever and remarkably successful, I would guess, campaign on the part of PAMF to convince people that this is important and necessary. It is not necessary. We do not need more hospital beds. And the other issues have been expressed. I know it's very difficult to resist the large amount of money that PAMF has promised our city. And Sutter Health, by the way, does not have a very good reputation. They were in trouble with some hospitals up there. And they are, as someone has said here tonight, they are the owner of the Palo Alto Medical Facility. But and then the other things, the traffic, you've already heard about that, the property tax, whatnot. But at least in a matter of this importance, about which there is considerable controversy, it should be decided by a vote of citizens as the only fair way to decide. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is Dr. Dorothy, yes, I'm sorry I didn't get to you earlier.
Thanks. Good evening, City Council members. My name is Dr. Dorothy Schaub. I live at 129 Glasgow Lane, and I've been a resident of San Carlos, and I've been practicing medicine in the area for almost 18 years now. I'm an obstetrician gynecologist. I've delivered over 1,000 newborns in the area, including one of the previous speaker's children. Our labor and delivery is very highly rated at Sequoia by mothers in the community for places to deliver. And I'd like to address this as a resident and a healthcare professional. I'd like to speak for my friends, neighbors, coworkers, employees, nurses, physicians, retired and still working, who feel as I do. Let me tell you about my personal experience at Camino Medical Group, which is a SET or a PAMP facility. I had sinus endoscopy surgery there about 5-6 years ago, and when I went for my post-op check, it is routine to do another endoscopy. At that time, I did have a problem. She had to do something. But when I got my bill for the post-op check, and a post-op check is usually not billed, I got a bill that was equivalent to my original surgery. There was also a practice called unbundling, which is they bill the right and the left. You cannot do that. There's one procedure. It includes both. My husband fought them for a long time, and they finally did drop it because he said this is illegal, but he had to fight for that. When you take that and you multiply it by the number of patients going to the facility, when you take into account Sutter is also together with them in business. I don't know if they do the same practice, but they may. You're talking about a lot of patients and a lot of healthcare dollars. So I realize that most healthcare money is spent on the extremes of life and cardiology, but it definitely affects the local, the personal, patient, and the employers in our communities. They do increase the cost of medical care. When you consider that we may get paid $120 maybe for an annual if we're lucky, and a PAMP doctor gets $150, it does increase your health care dollars and the spending. Secondly, my best friend from medical school is physician-in-chief of Santa Clara Kaiser, and when her father needed cardiac surgery, she flew him here from Philadelphia to have surgery at Sequoia. She did her homework. It's an excellent facility, and I would encourage you not to approve a hospital. A clinic is fine, but we don't need another redundant hospital in the area. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Hartzell, followed by Mano, I believe it's Rosecrans, and Phil Maresca.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the City Council on this important evening in the history of San Carlos. I'm Peter Hartzell. I live on Ridge Road, and I'm a business owner here in San Carlos. Tonight I represent the Peninsula Interfaith Action, PIA, a San Carlos-based group representing 31 member churches and 20,000 families in the peninsula. One of PIA's focus area issues is providing access to affordable health care to the communities of the San Mateo County. I'm here this evening to represent the residents of San Carlos who are permanently or temporarily or underinsured. Census data estimates that the number here in San Carlos to be approximately 4,000. At this juncture in San Carlos's history, when we are deciding to make a large community commitment to approving the building of a new clinic and hospital, PIA wants to make sure that all residents get health care they deserve. The responsibility to solve this problem does not fall only on the Palo Alto Medical Foundation or on the city. The responsibility must be shared. However, solutions will not be found without the decisive leadership of the city and major healthcare players like the Palo Alto Medical Foundation. PIA has had very productive separate meetings with the city, Mayor Tom Davids and City Manager Mark Weiss, among others, and the Palo Alto Medical Foundation. Both agree that this problem in San Carlos should be addressed, and both are willing to work with PIA to do just that. This is an encouraging start. PIA asked the City Council to take advantage of the momentum tonight created by the San Mateo Healthcare Blue Ribbon Task Force and the Palo Alto Medical Foundation officially joining the San Carlos community to take the additional 3 steps. To 1, define the access to affordable health care in San Carlos issue. And PIA and the Blue Ribbon Task Force can help with this work. 2, develop a vision and a clear plan, including the necessary financing describing how to address this important issue in the San Carlos community. And 3, ensure the implementation of these plans. In conclusion, we support the Palo Alto Medical Foundation joining the community, but their arrival in this community will not be fully serve San Carlos if it does not parallel an effort across the city to provide affordable health care. Thank you very much for this chance to speak.
Thank you, Peter. Is Mano here? No, tonight's M-A-N-O. Rosecrans, I believe. Oh, she left. Oh. Well, whatever. Phil Maresca, please, followed by Anna Lippi. And then by Robert Stroud. Phil's got his favorite friend Gunner here, ready to take instructions.
Hopefully. My name is Phil Maresca. I've been a resident of San Carlos for 40 years. I've attended many of the public hearings during that time, and with regard to the proposed medical center, and all of the issues and concerns such as need, traffic, PANF being a nonprofit, medical redundancy, have more than adequately been addressed. I think it comes down to what does San Carlos want at that site? Do we want a large auto dealership, a big box retail, or do we want a prestigious, world-class, state-of-the-art medical center, one that will be a one-stop shop for your medical needs? I think the decision is an easy one, given the overwhelming support that we've seen of the San Carlos residents that we should go ahead with this PANF project. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna Lippi, followed by Robert Strode.
Hello, my name is Anna Lippi, and I've been a resident of San Carlos for about 30 years now. And I've stood here before you, so I'm not going to keep this very long, keep it short. I've watched this process for the last 4 years, right from the start in 2004. I've appreciated the professional manner in which the city staff has approached this project, and I believe the recommendations were arrived at in a knowledgeable manner. I've read a lot of the reports myself. I've attended meetings and hearings, and I've learned a lot. This is a brand new process for me. I'm totally in support of this project, and I hope that you will approve this project tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Strode. And Robert's followed by Donna Cummin, and followed by Denise. I'll work on the last name. If your name is Denise, get ready.
I'm Robert Strode. I've lived in town for 32 plus years, and I live at 741 Tamarack, and I think most of the areas of concern have been covered. I support this project and hope you'll move ahead with all speed. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Donna Cummin.
Mayor and City Council members, my name is Donna Cumming. I've lived at 2096 Eucalyptus Avenue for the past 10 years. Tonight I'd like to talk about 3 things that I think are important to a community: jobs, health care, and partnerships. First, as a PANF employee for 20 years, I found a place to call home, but I'm not alone. At PANF's recent Service Awards luncheon, which this year honored physicians and staff who have worked at PANF for 5 to 40 years, there were 250 honorees. PANF has been the employer of choice for these 250 people and for thousands more. Second, as a PANF patient, I have my own health care story to tell, which is just one of hundreds you could hear this evening. But all I'll say is that my 11-year-old son is a happy and healthy 11-year-old son, thanks to his PANF pediatrician, Richard Green. Third, in my position at PANF, I've been able to work with several communities that PANF partners with on health-related projects. PANF's commitment to working together to build healthy communities is something I've seen over and over again in my years with PAMF, and I know that that will continue in San Carlos. I urge you to approve this project tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, do we have a Denise in the house? Denise? Bacala? No? You're another Denise. Well, if you're Denise, you come on up. That's her.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. It's Denise Bacala, and it actually means codfish in Italian.
Bacala.
Don't ever forget that.
Bacala.
I wasn't going to say anything. Very high-class name. I think I'm the old fossil of the group here. I have been a resident of San Carlos for 64 glorious years.
You could have the rest.
And I remember as a child, I don't know whether I should clap or get a medal, I'm not sure, but I remember as a child my parents getting very active in fighting for Sequoia Hospital to be built. In answer, I was going to talk about something else, but in answer to Councilman Grocut's questions, I'm another old fossil. I've been a licensed nurse for 45 years. And I've worked for Sequoia, and I've worked for Kaiser, and I've been a patient in every hospital up and down the peninsula. I can truthfully tell you that I've also had the pleasure of treating some of Palo Alto Medical Foundation's patients and working in consultation with them on a few things. And as has been said before, they're an exemplary organization. I don't want to forget my other point. I've never been involved in a traffic jam like getting out of Monster Park, coming out of Sequoia or Mills Peninsula, or anything like that. I don't think that PAMP is going to, put the crush on Oracle's employees out there on the highway. And as far as the nursing shortage, let's see, in 1963 when I graduated from nursing school at College of San Mateo, they were giving away awards when I went to be employed at Sequoia Hospital. I have to tell you, unfortunately, probably for the last 30 years, and I have been employed in a hospital ever since, there has been a critical nursing shortage. It has nothing to do with the fact that many hospitals closed. Therefore, we should have more nurses. Unfortunately, it has to do with other facts. So I beg you, for me, my tenants, some of my fellow employees, we'd love to work at the corner of Holly and Industrial Way. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Barbara Bishop, followed by Frank Adiago, and then I believe it's Amy Young.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I've been a San Carlos resident for 7 years and a Bay Area physician for more than 27 years. As a community member with experience in healthcare, I'd like to express my support for this project and for bringing a world-class medical center to our city. I want to address two issues. First, the nursing shortage. I don't know if I can add to your questions, but when I started as a physician at St. Luke's Hospital in San Francisco in 1980, the hospital had a nursing school. For budget reasons, it was shut down. Since St. Luke's became affiliated with California Pacific Medical Center and Sutter Health in 2001, we now have a branch of Samuel Merritt Nursing School that opened last year. You have to have clinical facilities to train nurses. The bulk of their training is done in hospitals. So one way to address, and the best way to address the nursing shortage, is to build more hospitals. Part of the problem is that hospitals have been closing. For many years, and I agree with the last speaker, there's been a nursing shortage as long as I've been in medicine. We dealt with it for many decades by importing nurses from other countries, but that's not working very well anymore. And part of the problem is we don't have training facilities, we don't have teachers of nurses, and nurses make good salaries doing nursing and doing lots of other things. They work for insurance companies. They don't necessarily teach nurses. So trying to build nursing schools helps to develop to take care of the nursing shortage. And I know that Sutter and PAMP are committed to nursing education, increasing the supply of nurses. I also want to address the issue of the local primary care physician shortage. I'm also the chair of the Department of Family Medicine at California Pacific Medical Center in the city, and I talk to many applicants, physicians who want to come to the Bay Area. They face 4 years of college, 4 years of medical school, come out with hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt. PAMP has recruited almost 100 physicians in 2007, and we need those physicians in our community.
Thank you very much. Frank Hidalgo?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, this is the first time I appeared on the subject matter, and I'm a resident of San Carlos for 30 years. I'm a civil engineer. I've been a public works director for the city to the south, the city to the north, public services director overseeing planning. I've never seen such a well-done project, scrutinized by the city council, the commissions, the staff. The staff has done an excellent job. The applicant has cooperated in every respect. The traffic impacts are going to get there anyway from other things going on around us. My wife and I are in favor of the project. One of the concerns that I have is that you follow through and your staff follows through making sure that all the development pays its fair share and that development fees are collected. I was involved with Redwood Shores, and we collected development fees that escalated every year for many years, and that's why we were able to build the infrastructure. So other than that, my wife and I are in favor of the project, and we recommend that you approve it, and let's get it going. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Amy Young? Fred Kohler, followed by Neil Chigazola and Bob Black.
Good evening, Mayor Davids, members of the City Council. I think you all know who I am. Ron Collins said everything I was going to say, only much better. And many other speakers said so many things that I didn't think of that I wish I would say. So I'm not here to repeat that. In my opinion, by the way, I think this has been around for 4 years, way too long. And frankly, I don't think a single opinion has been changed tonight. And I don't think a single opinion is going to be changed by any further vetting of this thing in the city over the next however long it's going to take to get this project going. I support this. My wife supports this. I urge the City Council to not only approve this, but to approve it speedily and to approve it unanimously.
Thank you, Fred. Neil?
Mayor Davids, member of the City Council, Neil Chigazola. I've been a resident of San Carlos 36 years. I support the project because I think it is the perfect project for San Carlos. And I think we have an opportunity we don't want to let get away like we did with Redwood Shores when we had an opportunity to annex Redwood Shores. This is a golden opportunity. I urge you to support the project tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Black, followed by Joel Palmer, and then by Ruth Nolan.
Good evening, Mayor Davids and honorable members of our City Council. I'm Bob Black, and I submitted a memo that outlined my reasons for believing that a skilled nursing facility is an important element of a complete San Carlos Medical Center. I'll not repeat those. I'll simply state that so far, none of the PAMP staff has said that a skilled nursing facility would be an inappropriate service of the San Carlos Center, or that it would be impossible to incorporate into its plan. Therefore, the City Council has the right to require that PAMP provide a skilled nursing facility. This would be comparable to what Sequoia Hospital voluntarily provides. And so I request that you include a skilled nursing facility as a requirement for approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Joel Palmer? And Joel will be followed by Ruth Nolan and then by Howard Jones.
Mayor Davids, Council, my name is Joel Palmer. I follow things in town, large and small, and I saw last spring we had to cut back on some programs at the youth center and at the adult center. And I got a call last week from a nice lady that was conducting a survey. She was with a consulting firm that the city had hired, and she was trying to determine what people thought were the needs of the town. And she discussed this a little, gave me some background, and the second question was if I had time to do it. Yes. She asked my age, and apparently my age disqualified me, so that was the end of my survey. But I slept on that one, and the next morning on my walk, I noticed as I went by Burton Park, the little thermometer thing wasn't there for the drive for the educational foundation anymore. And I thought, I guess they don't need to show us what's happening. They've hit the target for this year and next year as well. And we're getting some editorial support from the director instead. But I hope we're not making plans to become the city of high living with this money that's going to be coming in, assuming this gets approved. We've got Washington and Sacramento stirring, and when we're all through in 3 years, Sutter may find out that it makes a good sense for them to shut the place down before it's ever been opened. Politicians do strange things. I remember when Prop 13 was heading at us, and it was a crackpot scheme, and of course it took all the local municipalities about a dozen years to recover from the financial shock when the rule book was rewritten at one election. So in one sense, your responsibility on this thing is just beginning. If this is approved and this stream of money comes in, the temptation to say no once in a while and to manage funds for the future is going to be yours and your successors' big job. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ruth Nolan, followed by Howard Jones.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, my name is Ruth Nolan. I'm a resident here in San Carlos for the past 11 years. I'll try to make this brief, but I'm a little confused, you might say, of how we can justify putting another hospital here. It's as simple as that. I almost look at it as the life of a computer. We all know that computer's life is very short. In 2 years, you probably have to rebuild your computer and get something new, because technology is changing so quickly. Technology is changing so quickly in the medical field that what we are using now, we won't be using in 5 years. There's going to be something much better, much bigger, and more expensive. If we already have a hospital as Sequoia and Kaiser and Mills and all these other hospitals that are sharing things right now, we don't need a quote-unquote full-service hospital. It's just not done anymore. And as far as the nursing shortage is concerned, we heard that there aren't people here in the United States that want to take nursing courses, that they have to go abroad to get the nurses to come here and take nursing courses. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we go to Howard, we have a little administrative work to do. We need to extend our meeting beyond 10:30. Is there a motion to do so?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All right. Now we're legal. We carry on. Howard.
Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, my name is Howard Jones. I think you know I'm a member of the Harbor Industrial Association and have served on its board of directors for years. I support the project, as do most of our members, but I would remind you that, a yes vote for the PAMF project is not a no vote for Sequoia Hospital. frankly, I believe they're both great organizations. I think the community needs both, and I think, in spite of what's been said here this evening, that both will thrive into the future. I'd also like to remind you that the project is located in an industrial area, and the current uses in that area should be protected. Now, as an example, immediately adjacent to the site is a 24-hour maintenance facility that PG&E has. They've been doing that for 30 years there. And I just want to make sure that this is almost like the classic story of somebody moving into the end of the airport runway. I want to make sure that somewhere down the line they're not required to have a use permit because they're in a hospital zone. I'd like you to consider that. Please remember that we were here first. We want to be good neighbors to PAMF. I'm sure they want to be good neighbors to us as well. In summary, I support the project. I think it's a good project. But I would remind you that we want to make sure that our industrial property owners' rights are protected. And I thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to take a break in a moment, but we have 4 minutes for Dr. Marchison. Is the doctor still here? Would you like to speak before we have a break, doctor?
Thank you, members of the City Council. I'm Dr. Marchison. I've been a resident of San Carlos for 44 years, and I've been in the practice of medicine for 43 years, and I'm still in active practice. Now, I think many of you may know I've written 2 newspaper articles in opposition to this project, and the reasons are really quite simple. In spite of what you may have heard, that empty beds don't have meaning, empty beds have closed hospitals because there's not enough money coming in. Sequoia Hospital is going to be spending several $1 million, much of it in taxpayers' money, to rebuild. There is adequate space in Sequoia Hospital. If we end up duplicating the same technology, servicing the same group of patients, having increased administrative staff, nurses at both places, both hospitals being probably partially empty, empty beds translate into increased insurance premiums because the costs of care, the cost of maintenance of equipment, the army of doctors and nurses and personnel to man these expensive machinery cost a lot of money. We have witnessed already every year a 10 to 20% increase in insurance premiums. Hospitals have closed because they have not had enough patients. You have heard here that there are people in San Carlos who cannot afford hospital care. Insurance rates are skyrocketing every year, and many people cannot afford. We have 47 million people in this country out of 300 million who do not have insurance coverage. We have an equal number of individuals now in this country who have poor insurance, deductibles of $1,000 or $2,000 where they have to spend money out of pocket. I realize there are economic costs to building an unneeded facility. Have I had 4 minutes?
You got.
Okay. So let me just put it in perspective. PAMF is a wonderful organization. They've instituted a marvelous group of people here in favor of the project. I do not think the general community has a sense of what the potential costs of an extra facility, unneeded beds, decreased occupancies in both hospitals is going to lead to problems possibly at Sequoia, possibly at PAMF. You are diminishing basically the number of people in each institution. You're going to be raising the costs of hospital care. You're going to be raising insurance premiums. There are going to be many employers who are going to say, I can't afford these increased premiums. I'm not going to supply coverage to the patients or to the people who work for me. I think that there are significant aspects of building unneeded capacity, really. And we have seen that. Mills Peninsula Hospital, Mills closed. There weren't enough patients in for both hospitals. If you're maintaining 2 staffs, if you're keeping up with technology in each hospital, you are markedly increasing costs of care. And those are reflected in the insurance premiums and the number of people who cannot afford care here. So I ask you to really reconsider this. It's not, I think the need for the medical office building is real. As you've heard, new doctors coming out of medical school, those coming out of Stanford now, ready to go into internal medicine, I have heard are in debt by about $250,000 to $280,000. They cannot afford to set up a private practice. I belong to a group that actually hires physicians. We pay them. We pay their salary while they build a practice. PAMF, in doing that, will provide a service, but you do not need another hospital in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have 7 more cards. I think we ought to take about a 10-minute break, come back together at 11:15, and then we'll deal with the remaining speakers, and then the council will have their discussion on these issues. Can we have a little meeting here? Brad. is Connie Barba. Next is Gail Gose. And following Gail will be Ann Harding.
Hi, folks. I'm Connie Barton Barba. I live at 1044 Northwood Drive, San Carlos, which is in the backyard, or the front yard, I guess let's just say, of the new PAMP facility. I've lived in my house on Northwood Drive for more than 40 years, in the same house. Oh, my God. I've lived there since before there was a light at Holly and Old County Road. We came to the city council many years ago and asked for a light so that our children could go to Loyola School safely. So I've seen a lot of changes in the neighborhood. I have lived through the traffic that happened with all the construction that has gone on behind my house. Mine is the last residential street in San Carlos, or yes, it's the last residential street. I've also seen the traffic during the overpass when traffic was rerouted off of Holly Street, and I've seen a lot of traffic. But however, none of it has really impacted my day-to-day coming and going. I'll also go by the IMAC, what used to be the IMAC facility, all those years, and I've never been impacted by traffic. I don't anticipate that there's going to be any more traffic. I don't look forward to the jackhammers, but I don't dread any traffic issues, and I look forward to having that nice facility to drive by, as long as I still can drive by the time it gets built. I would also like to remind the community through you folks that this is a democracy. You are part of our representative government. The community elected you after you made your feelings known about many, many issues. And because we did, you're in the position now to make the decision about the Palo Alto Medical Foundation and all the other things that go on in San Carlos. It is your responsibility. We put you there as the people of San Carlos. Therefore, I feel that a referendum would be really silly. I want the people in San Carlos to understand that there's only a few people who are interested in having a referendum. They must raise a bunch of signatures to get that referendum to pass. Those people are not going to be on the street corner getting those signatures. They will hire people from out of town to do that. Let's not let that happen. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Connie. Gail? Followed by Ann Harding, and then Pam Gallant.
Good evening, Council. Though I emailed you my comments a couple of days ago, I'd like to share them with the rest of the audience. And my concern tonight is with PAMP's business model, which includes continuing steep price increases and their already inflated billings. And I based these assertions on my own experiences with PAMP and with other physicians affiliated with other providers. For example, my primary care physician at PAMP routinely charges more than 3 times as much as my cardiologist at Sequoia for a comparable long visit. A second example is a comparison what PAMP charged me for a tetanus booster and what I'm charged for my allergy shots. My allergist, who is in practice with only one other physician, charges me $26.14 for 3 shots, a total. And PAMP charged me a total of $270 for a tetanus booster, which included $155 for a 15-minute visit, and then the immunization itself and other costs. Finally, PAMP charged $183 for the removal of 3 sutures, which I had. $155 for the office visit and $28 for the removal of the sutures. Of course, Medicare covered these costs for me, but such charges illustrate that PAMP may have a primary commitment to profit rather than a primary commitment to patient care and to providing affordable services. Rising health care costs and excessive charges are just 2 more of many reasons why PAMP will not be good for the city, for taxpayers, and for patients, including Medicare patients, who eventually will have to pay higher out-of-pocket costs. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Ann Harding? Ann is not here. Pam Gallant? Pam is not here. And then a couple of cleanup cards. Cy Levin, I think I read this wrong the first time. I think another fellow spoke for Cy. Diana Mann was going to donate minutes to Dr. Howard. I haven't seen Dr. Howard in the house. Yes, he is? Yes, Dr. Howard, you want to speak on behalf of Diana Mann? And yourself as well.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Diana for donating her 2 minutes to me as well. I'm Steve Howard. I've been a family doctor in this community for over 25 years, and I'm currently a physician at the Palo Alto Clinic. But some of you may remember that before I was a physician, I also came before your organization in support of this project. So I think it's a tremendous addition for our community. It is so easy to debate the need for health care when you feel great. But when you're sick, it's a whole different story. All of a sudden you want the best. You don't care if it's in San Francisco or the Mayo Clinic. That's where you're going. You don't care what the traffic is. You're going to where you think you're going to get the best care. And that's what Palo Alto is going to bring here. We've been a bit spoiled with the level of medical care that we've had in this area. It's been great. Sequoia is a tremendous hospital. The physicians have been tremendous. But there has been a great difficulty in attracting new physicians to this area. For a long period of time before Palo Alto came to this area, I was the only board-certified family doctor from Belmont to Menlo Park. And now we have a great deal more. So we can't just assume that we're going to have new doctors coming in. I smile a bit when we talk about the development agreement and are we getting enough? In most cities in this country, it would be the city reaching into its pocket to try to get the level of care that Palo Alto is going to bring to them, to try to get a clinic like that to come to that area. So just the fact that you're not having to pay to have them come here is a win for this community. Let me just talk a couple of things. Traffic. Let's look globally at traffic. Right now, somebody comes into my office, and I need to send them somewhere. They have to get back in their car. They have to drive to Palo Alto. They have to get an X-ray. They have to see a specialist. By moving all these services into a common area, you're going to reduce traffic. You're going to reduce the number of miles people are going to be driving for medically related events because they're going to be in one location. They're going to walk from my office to the X-ray. They're going to walk from my office to see the specialist in the same buildings. So total traffic in your community is going to decrease, even though, yes, there's going to be some difficulties in certain areas. It's going to be a little bit worse. But overall, traffic's going to be better. The other issue is about need, whether we need another hospital. One of the goals of the Palo Alto Foundation is to be able to go to a large employer and offer a complete package service, hopefully cheaper than what the current insurance companies are going to be able to offer them. But in order to do that, they need to be able to control the whole dollar. They need to be able to control the hospital dollar because that's a big chunk. As soon as you have to outsource that hospital bed to some other facility, your costs go up dramatically. You just have to look at Kaiser to see they're probably the most efficient, least costly in the area. And the reason they're able to do that is they can control the whole dollar. Palo Alto hopefully will be able to do that as well. This is a tremendous addition to this community. Hopefully you'll see it that way and vote for the project. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a final slip. Still looking for Amy Young. And or a name like that. I think whoever this is not here. Did anyone submit a slip I haven't called? Well, that takes care of that. Anyone who would like to talk before we close the public hearing? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing.
I would move to close public hearing.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Very good. Thank you very much. It's really great to see all you medical folks in the same room, you know, and people who are engaged with the medical profession. People ask me what I did with my head, and I must admit I was mowing the lawn and I forgot to duck under the tree limb, and you may have all done that. So now my wife says that I can't mow the grass anymore. That's not all bad. I can get that up.
I should have thought of that.
Of course, a year and a half ago, I was on a ladder, fell off, broke my leg, went to Sequoia, did a great job. I thought I'd never walk again. I'm doing pretty well. So I can't climb ladders either. So I'm not sure what my life is going to be like as we move forward. Certainly not mowing lawns and climbing ladders. But we're all kind of in the boat together, aren't we? All right, so what we'd like to do now is have some general discussion on the part of the council. There are resolutions and ordinances that have been proposed by staff, and council has some questions. I'm sorry?
We already closed it. We did.
We did. Where were you?
Where were you guys?
We had a motion made, second, and approved, didn't we?
Second. Good, thank you. We'll check that
They got so involved in my story, they forgot what I was, the official business. So, we have ordinances, we have resolutions, and we have some questions on these items. So we'll start at that level, and then we'll move into a general discussion of how we're going to deal with the issue at hand. So, who would like to go first?
This is questions?
Questions. Matt would like to go first.
No, I have no questions.
Oh, he has no questions.
We'll get to comments, come back.
All right. Any questions on the items? Any comments on the proposal?
Yes.
Okay. We'll go back to you, Matt.
Okay, thank you. My comments have completely to do with the community benefits or lack thereof. So that actually deals with overriding benefits. And when I look at this project, first, one of the things I look at is, what if we disapprove this project and then something else has to go in there? And even the things that are in the staff report, the other proposed projects or theoretical projects, all come down to this issue of traffic, which seems to be the biggest issue regarding the environmental impact report. And when I look at traffic and other uses, I do see problems. For instance, if we had a car dealership, which would seem to be the most beneficial to the city in terms of sales tax and so forth. Well, if we had a car dealership, I don't think we could convince them that they could do much with a TDM program. I don't think they could do much with people coming and going at their car dealership. Yet when I look at Palo Alto Medical Foundation, and when I've been down to their facility in Palo Alto, I see an applicant who historically has managed their traffic and their parking garage. I know they'll do the same thing here, and they've been very cooperative in terms of working with our city staff on the TDM program. There was questions that Councilmember Doherty brought up about how well do they manage their program in Palo Alto, and I think we got a good answer from their staff on that. So I actually see that as part of the community benefit, that we have an applicant here that would manage their traffic and their parking garage and so forth. Another community benefit that is actually in the list that staff wrote up talks about an attractive gateway project. And the year that I was the mayor, in the State of the Community or State of the City address, one of the things I talked about was the poor look of our city from major thoroughfares, both the train, both El Camino and 101. And this project would certainly go a long ways in improving our appearance from Highway 101. The last thing that I see here is what I would call a market anchor. And what I mean by that is there's certain things that we can have in our economy, and certainly we're looking, of course, one of our major efforts going forward is economic development. A market anchor means some kind of business that doesn't fluctuate as much with the economy as other businesses might. And there's two sources of that when you study economics. One is education. So if we had a college or a university or some kind of education facility, like, say, College of Notre Dame in Belmont, it's an anchor in your economy because you always have people going to school, you always have students, you always have teachers, etc. And same thing pertains to healthcare and hospitals. You're always going to have that need, you're always going to have doctors and so forth. So it acts as an anchor to your economic base in your community, and I would consider that a benefit to the community. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Bob, would you like to go next?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What I'd like first to say is that I want to thank staff and Palo Alto Medical Foundation and also all the input that we've had over our meetings, certainly tonight. I know in the time that I've lived here, 24 years, I don't think there's a project that's been as big as this, nor do I think there will be one as big as this in the rest of my lifetime. And staff has put in an enormous amount of time, led by our city manager, Mark Weiss. I could name all the names here, but I'll just say Mark and his staff. Everybody has really worked hard to try to make this thing work to the level of, as you're looking here, all the paperwork that we have. And also Palo Alto Medical Foundation also has diligently worked to try to work with our staff and with people to make it a palatable project. I come at this a little bit differently, and that's, again, why I like our council. I think all of us come at things from different perspectives. We're not all looking at it the same way. There was a speaker earlier that talked about history. I'm old enough to remember how the hospitals, at least I think I know, how the hospitals here started in San Mateo County, Mills, Peninsula, Sequoia. They were built by community members. That was a long time ago. People got together and said, we need a hospital. Let's get one and build one. Perhaps float some bonds. However we do it, we need a hospital. In today's society, the year 2007, it's 180 degrees different. The hospitals that we go to, whether it's Mills, Peninsula, Sequoia, Kaiser, they're owned and run by large corporations. They're nonprofit corporations, but they're large entities. And basically, I look at hospitals, and perhaps this is just my opinion, they're basically businesses. And I look at our city, and I look at this situation, and I say, this is a business that wants to come into our city. Do we want it, or do we not want it? And I think that's one of the issues that I'm struggling with here. We look at it, and we have to look at the benefits, as Councilmember Grocott said, and if there are any detriments, and we have to look at it as a business. The term hospital, when I was younger, had a different meaning. The other point I'd like to make, one other point, is location. As Mr. Jones said, I think if this is approved this evening, we have to make sure that the east side is going to be protected. If we put a hospital in, that's going to impact the entire east side. And we have to make sure that everybody's rights, the hospital's rights, as well as the other folks over there, are protected. It's got to be a cooperative effort, because one can't trump the other. And I think that's extremely important. And I'm interested tonight to hear Councilmember Grocott's comments. I appreciate them, and looking forward to the other members of the council to find out what their thoughts are on those. And the last point I'll make is Councilwoman Doherty brought up the question about the 15-year time limit on the Holly Street improvements and the 10-year time limit on the Britton improvements. And I would hope that this council, in going forward, would be proactive and very supportive of trying to get those improvements done way before a 10-year plan, way before a 15-year plan, in whatever way we need to do to make sure that any kind of traffic impacts are going to be lessened, because something is going in to the east side, whether it's this hospital or something else, and it's not the last item that's going to go in over there. Things are going to be happening in this community for the next 20, 25 years, and we have to make sure that we plan ahead and look ahead, and as other people have said, give leadership. And I think that's one of the areas we need to really be leading in, is to making sure our transportation is going to be up to the 21st century. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Inga?
Let's see if I can get this mic to work here. They said I'm supposed to pretend I'm a blues singer or something like that. I want to reiterate Bob's comments about thanking staff and the public and the applicant for sort of bearing with all of us through these last 4 years. In the end, I believe that the process has been a good one. We've definitely got a very different project today that we're considering than we had even 6 months ago, and it probably has improved significantly over the last 4 years. a lot of my thoughts, and I'm kind of interested in hearing back from my fellow council members, are all about, a lot of people brought up the desire for choices, and choices around medical care. And the one thing that I keep struggling with is I'm looking at this from a broader perspective. It's not, do we need to have another hospital? Do we need to have, additional beds? But it's really more about what's the long-term impact, not only to us, but to our surrounding communities. Because on the peninsula in San Mateo County, as we all know, we've got plenty of choices for health care. We've got Sequoia, Stanford, the county hospital, Mills, Kaiser. We've got independent physicians, and so there are a lot of choices. What I'm fearful of, though, is that if we have too many choices, where do we start getting the skilled workers? I was recounting the story to Mark Wise about, I was on a flight back from Charlotte, North Carolina a couple of trips ago, and was sitting next to a woman who actually was a nurse. And she lives in North Carolina, and she commutes out to the Bay Area because she can get a job in nursing here. And when we're starting to actually bring in other people from that far away, I can't imagine what the quality of life is for them, or how they're translating that into the patients that they're caring for. So my biggest fear around this particular project is actually not so much the clinic. I think we all certainly would appreciate having a very high-quality, high-level, high-technology clinic at this location. My fear is really around the hospital portion of it, and it's not so much the real estate, how many beds can we put in, because, I agree, we can put in a ton of beds, but having sat on Supervisor Jerry Hill's task force, the thing that hit home most is that we're not going to be able to attract or pay the staff to man those beds. And so the hospitals are going to start robbing Peter to pay Paul. So at the end of the day, my fear is that as a community, we're going to end up being sort of having the haves versus the have-nots. Those who have will go to PAMF, they'll go to Stanford, they'll go to Sequoia. Those who have not, which are the ones that currently go to county, or as we heard, almost the same number of patients here in San Carlos don't have insurance or underinsured as our patients of Palo Alto Medical Foundation. And we're going to end up, the county's not going to be able to staff those beds, and then I think we'll end up with the issue of indigent care, health care, and how do we solve that problem, and how do we take care of those folks within our community that probably need it the most. So if we look at this from an overall broader perspective rather than just the land use, because I do believe that there is a land use component of this, and like my fellow council members, I'm fearful of the gentrification of the east side, specifically around the Palo Alto Medical Foundation proposed site, because, hospitals will tend to attract other types of medical types of uses also, which probably are going to be nonprofit, and which have the possibility of actually moving out some of the light industrial and some of the jobs and some of the diversity that we do have over on our east side. My other concerns actually have to do with the findings that we need to make around the statement of overriding considerations. Essentially what staff report says is that we have to believe and make the findings that our overriding considerations actually outweigh and make acceptable the impacts. We all know about the traffic impacts, about the air quality impacts, but I think that some of the other benefits that we could look to have as part of this project that in my mind would make it much more palatable is to look to provide health care to all San Carlos residents and not just leave it to sort of those people who can either afford it or who have very nice insurance, which fewer and fewer employers are willing to offer. It really comes down to, in my mind, the development agreement is all about money, and I don't believe that we as a council ought to be making decisions on what is the best use of this land, long-term best for the San Carlos residents when we're looking at dangling this a very nice monetary incentive package. I'd like to see it be a much broader statement of overriding considerations that actually does benefit the community rather than just the financial commitment. So I guess having said all of that, I would like to just end with the fact that, I at the end of the day don't believe this is, we've come a long way on this project, but I don't think we're 100% of the way there yet, and I'd like to continue to see if we can't improve on this project, because this is going to be a proposed project that would be with us for easily the next 50 years.
Thank you. Brad?
Again, just to add to some of the other council members what they said regarding staff. Staff's doing a great job, and consultants that we've hired, and I think vetting most, if not all, the issues that revolve around the project, and I appreciate all the hard work that you have done. The only other thing that council members, and I know you didn't mean to, but we also want to recognize is that we have volunteer commissions in this city and committees and so forth, and the Economic Development Committee, the EDAC, the Traffic and Circulation Committee, and the Planning Commission. They're all volunteers. They all work hard, and they've all done a great job in pushing this project through the process. It's been an extremely public process. I think there's been a lot of input from across the board, and I think we all should be proud of that fact, and I think that the deal has improved, the development deal and other aspects of the projects. A lot of the environmental concerns that have been vetted have made this a much stronger and a much better project for all of that public input. I realize it's taken time, and I'm a big critic of the time it takes to get things done in government, to be honest with you, but I also see direct benefits of a lot of that time and concerted effort by everybody involved, and I appreciate all that. We're all talking about, as a city and the city council, that we have there are budgetary issues, and there's a development deal here that I think is well vetted, and it's a good economic deal for the city. And I'm happy with that, because I think it is a matter now that we can also talk about some of the other considerations. I do think economically it's really sound. Like all of us, we try to be conservative about our, not just our economics, but our future. And I think that when we talk about overriding considerations, and we talk about being a good community member, and we talk about the development of the East Side, we're always constantly talking about what we're going to do with the East Side. It's my opinion that diverse development of the East Side is the most appropriate way to handle that. And I do think the PAMP project does help balance development portfolio as we look forward as what could take place on the East Side. If we get too heavily weighted in retail, obviously the economic downturns, that can be a big problem, and all the projections in the world can't necessarily account for that. So I think that that's important. I think as we look at the East Side, and this is part of a larger picture that I think we all are concerned about and looked at, whether it's some combination of hotel, retail, manufacturing, and hospital, is to see, the thing I like about San Carlos is we have cultural balance, and I think that the East Side needs a similar cultural balance. And I think from my standpoint, PAMP fits into a balance for the East Side development. The other thing that, which feeds into that, is the quality of life component of this. Every time we talk about developing the East Side, and again, I think we all see it as a key component in our economic future, we talk about developing right alongside residents and developing right alongside industrial manufacturing. These are always difficult variables, and they always, the human dynamics of our East Side problem, we all wrestle with as we move things forward. And again, I think that this, on balance, is positive in that respect. I've met and talked with a lot of the folks up at Sequoia. Frankly, I think that San Carlos is a major beneficiary of having a great hospital in Sequoia, and also a great organization in PAMP that wants to bring the business to San Carlos. I have every reason to expect, based on the people that I've met at Sequoia and my personal experiences there, that it'll be a healthy hospital for many years to come, and they'll rise to the occasion of their personal business challenges. I also think the community access and support of Sequoia, of the PAMP development is a community asset in more ways than just healthcare. So those are my sort of general comments. I agree with what Councilmember Grisilli brought up. I think for a council that's going to make a decision that has such a long-term impact on the community, it wouldn't be fair for us to future councils not to tackle the traffic problems that I think this will contribute to. But frankly, I think in everything that we all discuss as far as economic development goes, we always talk about the east side. I think we know it's an area of San Carlos that has great opportunity, it has great challenges, and we also expect that in general to get more traffic over the years. And I think whether or not as we look to that, we need to solve that infrastructure problem in advance of the problem existing, especially when we look at a long-term project that we need to take on that responsibility as a council. And finally, I will say that I also think we need to be equally proactive in our affordable housing component. I think it's sometimes convenient for us to put those in lieu funds and figure a way to get to it someday, or there's going to be some regional solution where we don't necessarily have to take personal responsibility for that, and I'd like to see for us to take personal responsibility for that as we move things forward, because I do think that this is a stress on that part of the infrastructure, and we should be leaders in that capacity.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Let me give you my input before we move ahead in the process. I also want to, compliment all those who have gone before us. This has been a long process. Commissions, committees, staff, consultants. There's been a ton of money spent. There's been many, many hours spent. And I must say that I somewhat sympathize with those who say, these things take way too long. But on the other hand, when you see what's happened during the 4 years that we've been in here, I think this project is a much stronger project than it was when it started, and I think its benefits to the city are much stronger than when it started. So to the credit of Saul Kuttner and his citizens group, I think they have pointed us in a direction that gives us a much better project than we had when we started the process. So citizens' input is always important. I think at times like this, when we're dealing with projects like this, it becomes doubly important, and we have to remember to continue to take note of what the public is feeling and be able to respond to their requests and their process. So we're now 4.5 years later, or 4 years later, and we have to make a decision. I would hope tonight would be the decision. It may not be. There may be a referendum coming. If there is, so be it. That's the democratic process. Those things can happen. But I do think we've seen a tremendous amount of support through the community. And I think those who have been in favor of the project all along, those who have been opposed, probably haven't changed their mind a whole lot. But I think the process still has high value. And the fact that we're here tonight and we're making a final call puts us in a position of having done our work, and that's what you elect us to do. We do it, I think, from a standpoint of being able to look at the entire community. We're not committed to a side. We see all different directions, and I think I speak for myself, certainly, and my fellow council members, that we have come through this and we have learned a lot, and we're now able to, with confidence, move forward and to make a decision. A couple of things that get into the process, and one is the alternative use of that property. It's 18 prime acres, we all know that. It could go many different directions, we all know that. But when you sit and look at the benefit and look at the community at large and think, what should this be for the next 50 years, it's really, really hard to think of something you'd rather have there than a facility like this. Now, there are issues, and, we're going to deal with traffic, we're going to deal with the issues that come along, but we're aware of those. We've gone through hundreds of pages of documents. We know what the situation is, and the city is able to deal with the mitigation issues. And I can't really think personally of anything I'd rather see there over the next 50 years than a building of this type or the program of this type. And so I think that's something we all deal with. It's something with all the public deals with. But folks, there's going to be something there, and you're going to get traffic from it, and you're going to get issues from it, and it's going to happen. And so we have to think about what we would prefer, and I think that's where we are tonight. There's a question on need, and the need has been probably the most, I guess, the most difficult for me to deal with in terms of what is the need. I can see the clinical need, I can see the hospital need, I think, but is there really a need? I spent a lot of time looking over the report put out by New Century. It was commissioned, as you all know, back in 2002 by the county. It's been updated. I think the people who did the job did a good job on it. And the thing that impresses me is that there's a community here to serve. There's a county to serve. And that county will continue to grow. We may not like to admit it, but the next 7 years we're going to have another 15,700 homes or units in the county of San Mateo. And this is an allocation given to the county by the Association of Bay Area Governments, who's trying to figure out who's going to house the population coming in. And so it gets divvied up. And this county has 15,000 additional units in the next approximately 7 years. And San Carlos' share is about 600. So, we can say nothing's happening, but it is happening, and it will happen. And these additional people need additional services, and we need to deal with that. We also know about the boomers. The boomers are coming on in the next few years. They're going to start to propel Medicare. The projection is that at the height of the boomer transition, there's 48% more people on Medicare. And I'm on Medicare. I know how important Medicare is to your wallet when it comes time to break your leg. And there are people out there that are heading in the same direction, and they're going to use it. And there's going to be a tremendous draw on the Medicare program. How's that going to get funded? I don't know. But the point is that we're all kind of in this together, and we're going to have the need for facilities. And so I see that as being, on the plus side, a compelling reason to go ahead. So I asked myself, well, why do we need the hospital? And I look at the information provided by New Century, and these numbers, admittedly, may change because hospitals change and plans change. But there is a proposed reduction, according to their information, of about 200 beds at Sequoia in their acute hospital area, which leaves about 167, I think, net after they cut them back. Now, I think Sequoia is going to go into skilled nursing with those beds. So the beds may stay, but presumably the acute need beds will go down to that level. Stanford is going to add 174 beds. They apparently see some need down there that's compelling for them. That's a teaching hospital. It's a different process, but it's an area that's going to add beds. If Palo Alto builds 70 or 97 beds, there will, throughout the two counties, Santa Clara and San Mateo, there will be an addition of, I think it's 73 beds or something to that effect. And this is kind of all there is because you don't hear about any more growth. These are beds that are going to carry us into the next 20, 30, 40 years. And that's not a lot of beds. We got 15,000 more homes coming in the next 7 years. And we got the boomers. And so I just don't see the issue in terms of there's no need. I see the issue in terms of, I think I do, in terms of cost. You don't want empty beds. And hopefully that the way these things are planned, we'll have a supply-demand factor that will equal out. But I really think that there's a strong need for beds. It's just by the numbers. I'm a little bit bothered by the fact that a third of our population goes either to San Francisco or to Santa Clara. And Pam mentioned tonight that about half of their acute hospital beds are in Stanford. Well, when they move up here with those beds, Stanford's going to have some excess. Apparently, they're going to not worried about it because they're going to add more on top of that. So, what do you do with the numbers? I think the numbers are what the numbers are, but we come back to where we're really looking at at what I think is sufficient demand factors to gobble up that supply. And without some kind of a flex here to grow with, I see, and the boomers coming on, and those ages catch up, I don't know how you'd handle people. So I think it's wise to look at beds and not be too concerned about that. I think also there's a question of people. And I must admit I don't understand this because my daughter's a nurse, and she's in the San Ramon Valley, different market, different things happen. She's maybe in her early 40s. She can make $60 an hour, part-time, working when the kids are in school, doing her thing, and that's $100,000 plus a year. Now I don't know why it's so difficult to fill those jobs. Someone mentioned that this problem is not so much a desire to be a nurse, but to get qualified teaching places. That's an industry problem. That's not a city problem. I mean, the industry has to deal with the nurse shortage, and we've heard a lot about how that works or doesn't work. I don't have the answer for it, but I really don't think that's our problem, and I think the industry has to come to focus on that. So that's probably enough. But the bottom line is, I really see this as a strong benefit for the city. I think it'll be a project we're all proud of when it's all over, and I think us and our kids and generations to follow will benefit from it. So I will stop there and ask if there's anything else that needs to come, any other questions for staff on the resolutions or ordinances that you want to pick up before we carry this forward. Anything that is still troubling? Inga mentioned the development agreement. I think I'm pretty happy with it. I believe that, again, it's a much stronger agreement than I ever imagined we would get, and I think it gives us a nice equal position with what could have been if we didn't do a hospital. So I wouldn't favor going back to it and working it through further, unless there's something specific that ought to be added. Inga, what do you think?
I actually was not going to suggest any changes because I think it would not be fair to the applicant to try to impose something right here. And it was just, I was asking the question about the athletic fields, but clearly got the answer on that.
Okay. Well, I think then we're in a position to deal with the resolutions and the ordinances. And if you take a look at your tab, tab 1 is a resolution which deals with the EIR and the changes to the EIR. Any...
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I would like to move approval of resolution number 33, which is a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Carlos making findings concerning the Palo Alto Medical Foundation San Carlos Center project, and number 1, adopting an environmental impact report addendum, number 2, revising the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, number 3, making findings concerning significant effects, mitigation measures, and alternatives, and number 4, adopting a statement of overriding considerations, all in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
We may have a roll call.
Sorry, that was 73.
73, resolution number 73. Thank you.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Teagle Doherty?
Yes.
Mayor Davids?
Yes.
Thank you.
The next is a resolution regarding the general plan. Would someone like to move that?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve resolution number 74, resolution of the City Council of the City of San Carlos amending the San Carlos general plan.
Second. There's a second. There's a second. May we have roll call?
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Teagle Doherty?
Yes.
Mayor Davids?
Yes. The Next is an ordinance regarding the development plan. This would include the description of the development items and so forth. Is there a motion on this?
Mr. Mayor, I'd make a motion that we approve ordinance number 75. Introduce ordinance number 75, ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Carlos rezoning the property at 301 Industrial Road from Light Industrial M1 to Planned Community PC, and adopting a development plan for a new medical center, including a hospital, medical clinic, medical offices, central utility plant, and parking garage. Do I need to read the assessor parcel numbers?
Yes.
Assessors parcel numbers 046-051-020 and 046-051-070.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Roll call.
It's number 1333, by the way. That's an ordinance.
1332.
Oh, sorry.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Teagle Doherty?
Yes.
Mayor Davis?
Yes. And the final is the ordinance regarding the development agreement. Is there a motion on this?
I'll move approval of introduction of ordinance number
1334.
1334, ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Carlos approving of the development agreement between the City of San Carlos and the Palo Alto Medical Foundation for the healthcare, research, and education relating to the development of property at 301 Industrial Road. Assessors parcel numbers 046-051-020 and 046-051-070.
Second.
We have a motion and seconded. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lewis?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Teagle Doherty?
Yes.
Mayor Davis?
Yes. So that, I believe, is what we need. And we have completed the agreements and the ordinances, and we want to again thank everyone for being a part of this. And this meeting is adjourned.